Hey everyone, how's it going, Phil? Hope everybody's doing well. It is the last week of July, and it's so quick. Use the spreadsheet sock. Did somebody say spreadsheet? Oh, um, Phil. Okay, I opened your spreadsheet on my iPad, and it looked really weird on my iPad, but because I was on an iPad, so let's explore that spreadsheet together because I actually haven't opened it on a computer. So let's take a look at that. I'm really excited about today. There's a lot of things I've planned for this stream. So yeah, let's just jump right into it. First of all, I went to I think it's called I don't remember what store it's called, but there's like a store by my house, and I got this box, and I'm gonna like resort my Netrunner collection because my Netrunner collection right now is just in the terminal directive box, and it's in a bunch of like Ziploc bags, and it's not a good way of doing it because every time I have to get cards, I have to take the bag out and I have to open the Ziploc bag, take the cards out, find the card I need, and then put it back in the Ziploc bag. So I got this box, and it's got like sections in it, and I like it a lot because I can actually, instead of storing the cards horizontally like I think most people do, I was actually expecting to have to do that, but I can. This box actually, you actually stand them up, so I can stand the cards up like this, and I'll just have my whole collection in here, and then I don't actually need to take the cards out at all because I can just thumb through the cards in here, and the title of the card will just be at the top. So that'll be so nice, and yeah, I'm gonna be meeting up with some friends on Sunday to deck build for a certain event that I will be talking more about, probably in about half an hour or so, because I'm probably going to play a game. Let a couple more people get in, and then I want to talk about something I'm really excited about. So yeah, I'm going to be like deck building with a bunch of friends on Sunday, and hopefully by Sunday or maybe during Sunday, I'm going to get all my cards out and sort everything into here. I don't know about everybody else, but I've bought like all of the Nisei sets, all of the like Uprising, Downfall, um, I don't know, System Update. I don't know if I bought System Update. I don't remember, but everything that I bought from Nisei is just in a pile and just put in the drawer that's right here. And I haven't actually sorted any of it yet, so it'll be nice to finally get everything sorted and into that box so that I can move to Vancouver and just bring this one box with me that's really nicely sorted. Phil is no analytics Chris, but you don't need to trash on his spreadsheets. Okay. What else is there to talk about? Right. Okay. Let's look at the ob. Let's look at the ob spreadsheet, and then we'll go from there. I can trash an upgrade by installing an asset. Let's see. Give me a second here. I'm just opening the spreadsheet because I don't actually have Discord open on my computer, so I need to open that. I've got my Nisei stuff and a couple of startup binders. Yeah, I was thinking about binders. I don't know. It's a lot of space though, right? And I think this is probably a bit more compact, and it'll be easier to transport and easier to store if it's just in a box. If you have a good shelf, then a binder could work well. Okay. So let's find this famous spreadsheet. And then I need to actually move it onto a tab so that everybody can see it. Let's see how I can do that. Here we go here, and I do this. Take this out. How do I do this? Oh, I can just copy this. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I have bookshelf now devoted to Netrunner. Very good. I do wonder if the tech for raw speed 20 Hoshiko deck can keep up with this. So, I'll talk about this a bit more in a second, but I haven't looked at too much about Runner. So I feel like today's stream, I'm going to focus on Corp, and then next week and thereafter, I'll start looking at Runner, because right now, just on my own, I haven't looked at Runner, really, except for one Padma deck I've been playing. Okay, here's this spreadsheet, and we're going to try to figure out how this works. Card lookup. So my understanding is this is you've taken all of the, this is all of the ice. Oh no, these are just all of the cards in the game. This is just all the cards in the game. Is it? Yeah, I can believe that. There's all the legal cards in the game organized by res cost. Oh, and then I'm supposed to put oh, I see. Okay, so I paste my deck list in here. Do you think the meta is driven by dominant corp decks or runner decks? A healthy meta should always be driven by corp decks, I think. Which is why I always, whenever there's a new meta, I always start with corp and I don't look at runner, because runners should be responding to what corps do, or like there could be like a one or two runners that kind of try to do their own thing, but usually those runners are not great. Or if they get teched against, then they should lose very hard. Like in my mind, if a runner is teched against a corp, it should be less of a let's say the runner should beat the corp, should still beat the corp, but if a corp is teched for a runner, then the corp should run over that runner like 100% of the time, if that makes sense. Rate them from best to worst. So runner should be spending slots influence on tech more than odd. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So I should be pasting. Okay, so I should be pasting the current deck list. So let's do this. So let's go. I can just do this from JNet. Okay, so we take this deck list, which is updated. Yeah, it is. And I can paste it into here. Wait, can I paste here? I have to like make a copy of this, right? Phil, how do I do this? Because this sheet is on view only, but that makes sense, because if it's not on view only, then everybody would just edit it. Oh, and then we've got this place sorted over here of assets, upgrades, and ice. Self-trash, yes, no. Ganked. Wow, that's a lot of, for this to come up on its own, that's quite a bit of work. That's impressive. Or copy from JNet. Just export for JNet on our RDB. No, but how am I don't see, as an accounting graduate, I should know how this works. But I need to like make a copy of this, right? And then now I can edit it. I need to paste it here. Okay. So we have five. Yeah. So I wrote this down in my notes. But I guess this is a nice way of just doing it for you. Is you have 3 cards that cost 5 to res, 6 cards that cost 4 to res, 6 cards that cost 3 to res, 4 cards that cost 2 to res, 3 cards that cost 1 to res, and then 6 cards that cost 0 to res. And this is very important because when you trash one of those cards, you got to go down the ladder, and you need to make sure that you have those cards in the deck. So this is why I'm starting with this deck, is because I feel like this ob deck is really fun. It has a lot of really cool lines. And I'm not sure what this part is just separating into assets, upgrades, and ice. Yeah, very cool. I don't know why I made it 2 columns. Don't you know how spreadsheets work? You put numbers in there, words can't be accounted. I will say though that when I built this list, I don't know, you just build a deck list and then memorize it, you know, and then you're good. Okay, I'm going to jump into a game here, but before I do, I need to put a straw poll into chat. So let's get a straw poll. And the straw poll is I have a bunch of corp options that I can explore today. And I want the chat to vote on what they want to see because there's a lot, and I don't know, some people might not want to see Grinder. Grinder's on there. If you want to see Grinder, vote for Grinder. If you want to vote for something else, vote for something else. I said Grinder because Grinder's like the notorious nobody wants to see this deck. Which, if it were up to me and I were to pick, maybe I would pick, I don't know, like there's, okay, here, let me just write all the options down first and then I'll talk about it. So the options are, there's PE Grinder in no particular order. There's PE Grinder, there's Shell Game PE, there is Ob MCA Kill, there is Acme, there is Sports, and the Sports I haven't built, but it shouldn't be too hard to build a Sports, and there's more Rush Ob. And Rush Ob is the deck that I'm about to play right now, which is this one. So I'm going to play a game of this and let the poll kind of do its thing. We're going to allow multiple poll answers. And so I'll talk briefly. If I were to pick, I would probably pick Ob MCA Kill because that is, I don't know, it's probably the most interesting to most players. However, I do know that a lot of players have, like Andre and I think Heinzel posted a list that I was told about. And I know that there's a lot of streamers and a lot of players that are playing that right now. So if people have had enough of that, then I won't do that. But if people want to see it, then I can play it. I will say that my list is different. I think I have something unique in there. And if we get to that, I'll explain it. Is this Audacity Sports? Yes, this is Audacity Sports. So, yeah, Audacity Sports. It would be, the Sports would be an Audacity Sports. It'd be on 1 GFI, 3 bifurcations, and then, like, Hyperloop, Megapre, all that good stuff. The less you play Grinder, the less people get to see how to play it well, which means less people play it. I can also talk about, if I play Grinder, I can also talk about how to play against it while I play. And that'll improve a lot of people's ability to beat Grinder. What does Acme look like these days? So the Acme that I have plays Regolith Mining License and has a very interesting agenda suite of GFI, Beal, and Remastered Edition. And you set up this big board, or like this taxing board, and instead of playing 5/3s, you threaten never advance. So then runners have to run and check things that are unadvanced, and that costs a lot of money. That's what the Acme is. The Drago NBN kill. Yeah, so I don't have a Drago NBN kill deck because I don't believe it. But we could maybe look at that. Honestly, probably everybody has played Pravadost since it's come out, and I haven't. Because I think it's an ID that looks good on paper, but it doesn't seem amazing to me. Yeah, Seamless Drago Boom is fine. It's like a better version of Re-Education Neurospike with Seamless. And for me, I don't like that Drago Seamless Boom exists, because when you install double advance a card, and then if you have these two other cards in your hand, which is Seamless and Boom, you just win the game unless the runner has tech, and that's a little too strong for me. But we could look at that as well. MCA kill is neat, but it's no Bass. Yeah, it is no Bass, but I think the Bass versions are worse than the MCA. Just because the Bass version, Heinzel's Bass list goes all in on Bass Boom, as the list states that, and also you can tell by looking at the list. But if you play the MCA version, you can actually threaten to win the game otherwise, I think. And it's a bit less fragile, I think. The Draco decks are probably better in Acme or Ismari, or even R+. Prof feels like it wishes it was Jinteki. Yeah, that's true. That's true. PD, but out of Asa has been good to me. Yeah. I don't know. PD out of Asa has been good to you. I haven't looked at that much. Yeah, it seems fine. 60-minute grinder games are fine, but losing to 2 one-trash cards in 3-card combo is not. Well, the thing is, a 60-minute grinder game is, I don't know. I think there's a lot of you can play against grinder, and I think playing against grinder is quite fun because it's like this very long term. You have to control your resources, which is your cards, and you also have to use some of your cards to get money. And I think there's a very delicate dance there that you have to do. But yeah, but losing to 2 one-trash cards in a 3-card combo is I don't know. There's no interaction there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to talk about it too much because I do want to get going. So, Skunkwork Void Asa. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to create this poll. A title is required. Where do I put my title? Oh yeah. What do you want to see? Create poll. There's an error. Oh man. Why is there an error? Is it because I had this open for too long? Okay, I'm gonna try to make this one more time, and then if it doesn't work, maybe we'll just do this. I could try finding another polling thing, or we could just, just say it in chat. More rush hub, multiple answers, great poll. Okay, it's not working. Fine. Okay, I'm gonna play, and then we'll. Yeah, if does somebody have another poll thing that I could use? If you do, please send it my way. If you don't, then I'll just figure something out, and we'll just probably use chat, and I'll just see which one I see more. Okay. We're playing Corp. Create Bob. Okay, let's see. Deck list. Oh, I need to relink that. Okay, fine. Okay. Alex has joined our game. We will say good luck, have fun. This is Hoshiko, and this is a great hand. So the great thing about this deck is the border controls are just OP, right? You install a border control protecting an Atlas turn 1 or protecting a Rashida turn 1, and no runner can get in. No runner can get in unless you have some kind of crazy. You've spent all your resources, and I guess you could double boomerang it or something like that. Twitch support polls natively. You have to be. I think you have to be like a partner for that. Or yeah, affiliates. Yeah. But also on I'm trying to do this on YouTube too. Okay, give me a second. We're gonna turn on the deck list so everybody can see that. Okay, they'll move this here. Okay. Let's go on. Yeah, so this is a good hand. So we're just pushing. So we drew an agenda that's kind of unfortunate, but we still do what we're doing, which is hedge fund, install, install. Rush agendas as hard as possible because our ice, well, basically our border controls are very efficient. We might even, depending on what happens here, single advance the Atlas and leave it. That's kind of greedy. But we'll see. Wow. We trashed the Rashida and we drew an Azif. So it could be like install spin res. And then we can single advance. Because, okay, there's a paperclip in the bin. And there's no MK. And there's one drafter in here, right? So this is really bad. We choose so many agendas. We could go for the drafter. Huh. What if we just draw 2 cards and discard? We should probably just draw 2 cards and discard. Yikes. Greed is good. Greed is absolutely fine. Yeah, we're just drawing 2 cards and discarding. Oh, okay. Drawing the magnets. Unfortunate. Yeah, we're just drawing 2 cards and discarding. It's an unfortunate turn. And then, yeah, depending on what happens next turn, we might even... Okay, there's Begalter. Are we running this remote? Also, we have Begalter as Hoshiko. We spent 4 influence on this. Alex was showing me this deck yesterday, maybe the day before. I don't quite remember, but it was... I remember something like that. That Begalter being there. Move this here. Okay, so we're not running. We're setting up. Wow, we drew GFI. That is awful. So we can triple advance score, and we could even just pitch the GFI and then we Audacity. That seems bad. Score an Azif? Oh, if I didn't pitch Azifs, I would have won? Dang. That's so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. I didn't even realize that. Triple advance score. Leave it. 4, 5, 6. I could also like ice. No, this just doesn't work. I mean, it kind of does. Okay. Okay, we go for this. Oh wait. Wait. I'm not double advancing. We can only single advance. I forgot my credit total. Okay, there we go. Man, if we didn't pitch the as if that we would have been done. Just go to the next game. Running R&D, that's good. That's the one place that theoretically has pretty low chance of hitting agendas. So what is it? It's 11 agendas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 agendas and 36 cards. A Mavris. Okay. Also, in Edmonton, it's really hot right now, and I think it is in all of Western Canada. Yeah, I made the amazing decision of sleeping in the basement. But now I'm back upstairs just because it was actually kind of cold down there. But I mean, this is fine. It's not. It's cold, but like for sleeping, it's fine. You know? I also didn't want to move my setup, although even though I don't have much of a setup, but the Ethernet cable is up here. Whereas if I went downstairs, I'd have to figure out, change the background and everything. 31 Celsius today, brutal. Yeah, silly hot. We picked a good day to get AC installed. Problem is, it's not installed yet, so I suffer. Soon. I'm probably staying longer at the office today because there's AC here. That's beautiful. You should do what Phil does. Just watch the stream from the office, put it on the big screen. Okay, so surely I score this with a counter. And we pitch a GFI. We're just going to bleed an agenda into the bin. Is that okay? Yeah, we do what we gotta do. We want to play this extract at some point, but we haven't gotten like just the chance to put a card down that we want to extract. We're still running R&D. That is okay. We are okay with that. Running HQ, we are less okay about that. It's a 1 in 5 to hit the Atlas. Another extract. Okay. So how much does this cost? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we pop it for sandstone. 12. So it costs 16 credits. 16 credits is okay. They have 16 credits. Alternative, we could just extract and pretend there's no agenda in HQ. Or we could just not extract. We're just not extract. Oh, well, we could actually just play extract for 3 credits. And then next turn we'll just Audacity. I won a game against Howe yesterday after he had a 3 in 4 chance to access the wing gen in HQ, whiffed and let me score out. Yeah, it's good. You just gotta protect your HQ, not by installing ice, but by paying off JNet. Multi-threader. Okay. So 4 to install paperclip, 3 to break, or it's $2 for IP block. We gotta chip away at his money at some point. Oh, we're installing. That seems wrong. Because it costs $2 to trace through it anyways. But now that the paperclip's down, you can spend 2 multi-threaders and $1. Ripping an Atlas off the top, that's fine. The border control, though. That's quite good. What if we just border control the remote, install Atlas, and then extract the IP block? How much money does that get me? I go down to $4, and then I gain 6, so I go to $10. I go to $10, and it lets me res a border control and a magnet, and it costs them 16, we said? Because we could also change the IP block into either an ice wall for the remote or a wall to wall. Turn 6 and still no twinning. If we get out a wall to wall, that's like the greedier line. How much money do they start with? Oh, it doesn't cost 16 because the paperclip's already down. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 because of sandstone. And then it could be 16, 17. We probably just audacity. Yeah. It's not totally safe. And we're actually, with an Atlas in his score area, if he steals this other Atlas, then there's only 2 more 3/2s. Oh, actually, that's not true. What am I talking about? There's 2 more. There's 1 above the law, 1 Atlas, and then there's 3 Azifs. Getting wall-to-wall means you have to pop spin. I don't. I can just use it for a card. But it would, if I did that, it would probably be an ice wall on the remote. Just it costs him 2 credits to break the ice wall twice. You just be careful. If he doesn't watch his money, we can maybe push, but he's been doing okay. Oh, I should have Atlased for a hostile there. It's fine. Twinning to access an additional card. We stole, and the top card is known. IP block. We cut that 1 copy of preemptive. How do we win this game? Let's draw. Oh, that's a good way of winning this game. That's a great way of winning this game. Okay. So I don't want to draw again. Right? Or we could draw and install IP block on R&D. It's probably better. Oh, okay. So now we just draw again and try to protect this hostile. Yeah. It's not. Rashida doesn't help. Rip Paladin. That's true. Alright, let's get these agendas back. And we give him a GFI. That's so bad. It is so bad. If we can score this hostile, though, we're doing okay. And we're going to use the twinning on R&D, I assume? Yes, we are. We just got to whiff 2 accesses. Trash Cali testing, fine. By the way, Cali testing is such a good card in here, because if you ever run into a border control last click, I can res this. If you ever run into a border control last click, I can pop it and search for my Cali testing and put it in the remote, and then, or even if it's not last click, I can still do that, right? And then you can, oh damn, he found it. Oh, okay, there were agendas on top anyways, so he would have gotten that. Yeah, I got the 1 and 4. But here, let's see, because the Azif, yeah, like we just lose on R&D next turn. The Begalter, it's so funny because the Begalter is the only icebreaker that this deck has to pre-install, and I have the 1 drafter for the purposes of getting, like, forcing a killer. It's got a lot of elements that make anti-mod. Yeah, I don't know how much that start. Like, I had a lot of agendas. Yeah, maybe if I just scored the Atlas right off the bat. Okay. Okay, let's do another, and then we will see what what people want to see. You know. Oh, not any side. So a reminder of the options that I had. If people want to express if there's something you want to see in it now. So there's grinder, there's a shell game PE, neither of which I don't know. If people want to see it, I'm happy to play it. There's the OB MCA kill, there's Acme, there's Audacity Sports, and there's more of this. But I'm already playing the second game of this, right? But if you want to see more of this, happy to play more of this as well. This is fine. Another agenda. So this is install, and then we could Maryland, and that would be very risky. Or we could Ice HQ, even though we have no intention of rezzing it, which is somewhat risky as well. But they're woo, so... Oh, wow. Okay. Surprised by that. It's Armin, yes. My vote's Audacity Sports. Is Jinteki Glacier dead? I do have a Jinteki Glacier list. It's like an Egg Infusion Fairchild 3 list. I think it's fine. It's not amazing, though. I think it's fine. Install Find the Truth Run HQ. Hit the Maryland. Love to see that. Wow. Wow. Okay. Those are some cards. Those are some cards. What? What do we do here? We could install Maryland, extract it for wall to wall, and then put Above the Law in the remote. That seems okay. We could also extract Hordem, but extracting Hordem isn't great here. So okay, let's do that. Res, extract, trigger Maryland. Sure. Install one cost card. We're installing wall to wall. We can also install ice wall. It's not bad. We'll install wall to wall. New remote. Install Above the Law on server 1. My vote would be Acme or other mid-range Glacier. See if that has any legs left. Yeah, we could do Acme. So that's Audacity, Sports, Acme. Another for Acme. Sports would be awesome. Okay, so 2 Sports, 2 Acme. I tried Regen Egg. It feels too slow. I think you got to be on 4-2's Oboe for Red Glacier right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Vote for Shell Games. Okay, still taking votes. We've got 1 for Shell Games, 2 for Acme, 2 for Sports. Keep in mind that Sports I need to build. Another vote for Shell Games. Vote for PE over here too. So we got 3 votes for PE. Maybe we can do a PE runoff. If the PEs win. But then you could say that's unfair because you could cast your vote. Because 2 decks, the people who want to see either deck are voting together. Okay. This is fine. I can score Above the Law. Do I want to draw? No, I don't. So let's place an advancement on the Hordem, I guess, which doesn't do anything. We can gain a credit. And then I can say done. We drew another wall to wall. And then we can just score and trash Find the Truth. Now there's for sports. 3 votes for sports. Oh, 4 votes for sports. 3 votes for Acme. 3-way tied the vote again. Remember to track their hand. Yeah, I don't have the attention to do that when I'm streaming, but it's true, I should. We saw a deep dive. That's good enough. Let's draw now. Second Audacity is really bad. Okay. Okay. What? This is the deck telling me that I should not play this on stream, right? This has never happened before. Okay, so it's like install server 1. What? Okay, I think here's the play. We go install the as-if, install wall-to-wall, and then I can either single advance the as-if. That seems bad. We just take $1. Spin Doctor, where are you at? My vote for sports 2. In retrospect, could it have been smarter to put the as-if in the remote so that you could have a Rashida in the remote now? That's the idea here. The issue is you can't actually as-if into Rashida and have it in the remote. YouTube is obviously a pro sports medium. Chat starts chanting sports, sports, sports. You can tutor into a spin. Yeah. You'd have to tutor into a spin. If you tutor into Rashida, the Rashida has to go. It can't go in this server. But now we're just getting in and stealing. So that's bad. Okay, so I think we don't draw and we just Audacity the as-if into a Spin Doctor. And we'll go from there. In other news, we have 3 advancements on this Whoredom. A little bit of lag. Gain a credit. And we'll say done. Oh. That works. Do I even want that? Oh, man. I guess I do, but now I should have drawn with wall-to-wall. Audacity as-if for the Spin Doctor or install Spin Doctor? Surely it's install Spin Doctor. Ice Wall's nice. We could just keep jamming. Install server 1, install Ice Wall server 1. Seems bad though. I could pitch the 2 Atlases and then Ice Wall HQ and then try to Audacity next turn. The issue is if we're on Clot, then I kind of need to sneak another point out. I'm going to click to draw. Yeah, okay. Click to draw. Ice on... We could also ice R&D because it looks like there's nothing in HQ anymore. Oh, or we just put a card in here. Yeah, actually. We just put a card in here. Install server 1. Yeah, because this looks like we pitched 2 agendas, which we did, and we put another agenda here. So I was about to say they shouldn't run HQ, but here's the HQ run. Oh, because we have Paul up. Fine. Clearly this deck needs RLC. Time to pull a Trigger Light from the sleeve. So you could plant the spin and still score as if. Oh, Paul up rotated. Oh, we're just deep diving and we're sniping agendas while we're at it? Oh, and we're not checking the thing? Of course we're not checking the thing. Found an atlas. The one turn. The one turn. Okay. This is not going well. We just drew another spin. No way. Okay. That's so funny. Okay, we're gonna try to jam this. I don't think I have a choice, and then he's gonna run the remote and we're gonna lose. But the issue is if we Audacity... Oh, we're gonna deep dive again? Yeah, the issue is if we Audacity, we still lose. So we have to go for these weird losing lines. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we just rip it off the top. Okay. 2 games, 2 agenda floods. Man, rough time. Deck says no Audacity for you. This deck really did not want to be on stream, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, what was my record with this before? It was 13-2. Okay. Okay, let's look at something else, and I'm gonna talk about the thing that I want to talk about. So let me turn the deck list off first. Okay. I think this is up already, so I'm just gonna go on to always be running. And if you go to the 21st, we have in Edmonton being run. See, there's two. It says there's 2 photos, and I tried to upload photos, but I guess the photos are not up yet. That's unfortunate. Okay. On August 21st in Edmonton, I'm running what is called the Professor Cup. Canadian Nats promo is kind. I'll talk about that too. But that's a bit later in the timeline. On August 21st in Edmonton, that's a Sunday, I'm running what's called the Professor Cup. And the Professor Cup is something that's happened in Edmonton like once every 3 years, just because we're really bad at running it every year kind of thing. Or I think we ran it the first year, forgot about it for 4 years, and then ran it again, and then COVID happened. So yeah, it's kind of a joke that it's like a triannual tournament. But yeah, it is a Highlander format where basically the format is you have to abide by deck building restrictions still. Okay, so you have your minimum deck size and your influence still matters, but every card ever printed is legal, and every card is limit 1 per deck. So there's no ban list, there's no MWL, there's no rotation. Yeah. So it's eternal. So every single card ever printed, like I think there's an eternal ban list, right? But we're not doing any ban list. Every single card is legal as a one of, including IDs. So that's the fun tournament, fun format that we're having in Edmonton on August 21st. If anybody is, if anybody's around, anybody wants to show up, you're more than welcome to. It's gonna be really fun. I have a ton of prizes for it because I'm moving, including IDs, so draft IDs. I mean, I guess you can't use draft IDs. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think we allowed draft IDs before. Like it has to be an ID that's been in standard before. Are you playing with pre-errata or post-errata Astro? See, no, but the errata on Astro is limit 1 per deck, and every card is limit 1 per deck. Oh, I guess that was the joke, right? Watch the World Burn and the other one. Yes, you can play Watch the World Burn and you can play hired help. Is demonic tutor legal? What's that? Can I play as an Ocarina ID? Yeah, people can watch the world burn. The card had to have been legal in a standard format before. Does it overlap with Continentals? It's August 21st, so no, because I'm going to be playing in APAC, so it better not overlap with Continentals. But no, it doesn't. So the way that the APAC Continentals weekend works is that it's on the 20th, the morning of the 20th, in the APAC time zone is the first day, and then the morning of the 21st in the APAC time zone is the top cut, and in North America that's the night before. So I'm going to be playing Friday night in Swiss of APAC, and if I make it to the cut, I'll be playing Saturday night in the cut of APAC, and then this tournament will be on the Sunday. So yeah, I had it scheduled so that doesn't overlap. I leave for Vancouver on the 23rd, so the 21st will be my second last day in Edmonton, and yeah, it's just we're gonna hopefully get a lot of people out. A lot of people haven't, like, I haven't seen a lot of the people in Edmonton, like the Netrunner people, for a long time. Yeah, so here's the I was trying to upload photos for it, but apparently I don't know, it's weird because if I go back, it says that there is, oh, I have to click back over there. It says that there's 2 photos, but if you click into it, it hasn't shown up yet. But maybe it needs to be approved before the photos can show up. Anyways, this sounds sick. Can I participate remotely with one of those iPads on a Segway? And it is going to be an in-person tournament, so unfortunately, no. This is the very unscuffed trophy, and this is what you're playing for. And so first place gets this, and if you win, and if you win, it's your responsibility to run the next one, is how this has worked. So here's the Professor Cup trophy, and I'm gonna have, I don't know, I have like a ton of other prizes I'm giving away too, including, like, as I said, I'm going to Vancouver, and I'm still gonna bring 4 playmats with me, but there's a lot of playmats that I'm not gonna bring with me. So I just have my playmats with me right here. So there's like the tier mat, the toll booth mat, the Kate mat, the backup plan mat, which is this one, and the smoke mat, which is that one. I didn't show that quite well, but the tier one is like from 2020 Continentals, and yeah, tough decisions, but I can't bring all of the mats with me. So there's gonna be like a ton of prizes that I'll be handing out, and yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I'm trying to convince the Calgary people to drive up. That's some quality craftsmanship. So you're winning responsibilities? What a scam! Yes, I mean, you could keep it too and not run it, but you know, we'll see how the world develops in the next year or so, right? But yeah, it's a really fun day. And now there's Ob too, so maybe you can play like a Highlander out of Ob, and we'll use Phil's spreadsheet, and there's just going to be a lot of, like, there's just going to be this whole list of cards because every card's a one of. So yeah, that was what I wanted to talk about. The event is up, so it's decided it's going to be at 11 o'clock. It's going to be at this address, which is the Tabletop Cafe, and once the tournament gets approved, I'll get a couple pictures in there. Oh, one more thing. There's this amazing custom made Jinteki Replicating Perfection mug, and I wish I could explain it better, but I can't. Oh, actually I can. I can just like open up the photo on here, and I'm gonna do it because it's so good. Look at this. Look at this thing. Isn't that amazing? Replicating perfection. It's got the tree on it. It's so well made. Shoutouts to Charles McDonald. So this will be there as well. I have the Wayland one. I think I've shown it before. And that was from the last tournament, which was on in 2019. True, I'd want to be a Highlander deck anyways. Yeah. Okay. The other thing was I can talk about the Canadian Nationals. So I know there's a better way to search for this, but I can just click this button. It's fine. It's on September 11th. Canadian Nationals 2022. There it is. Yeah. So CanNats was announced, and it is officially going to be on the 11th in Vancouver. And yeah, it'll be a good time. I've already registered. There's a 30 person cap. So here's a funny thing. There's a 30 person cap because the venue, I think, can only hold 30 people. And I was like, this is a nationals level event. I think they'll just, I think you might hit that limit, and there might be more than 30 people who want to go. And then I don't know. There's certain people who were like, I'm not sure about that. And I'm optimistic, even though I'm not even in Vancouver yet. So the people in Vancouver will probably know better than me. But again, I'm optimistic. You can name drop. It's okay. No. I didn't mean to. It's just I'm not even in Vancouver yet, but I'm optimistic that we can make it. I think yesterday there were 6, so I was saying if it continues at that rate, we'll get 270 participants. I don't know, because I think it'll be maybe some people from the East Coast will fly, like people from the west of Vancouver, like south of Vancouver, I guess, on the west side, from the US maybe. Because I think Eric was talking about like some people in Seattle being interested. I don't know. There's people around. There were certain people, wink wink. I like those odds. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to another deck. And let's get back to the games. So I think I hope, was somebody keeping a closer track than I was? I think there was 3 Acmes, there was a lot of PEs, and there was, I think, maybe 4 people who wanted to see sports. Yeah, I think sports and Acme was about the same, and then I think like a lot of people wanted to see some PE. Okay, in Twitch chat there are 3 sports, 3 Acme, 3 PE. Okay, and then in YouTube, I think in YouTube there's quite a bit of sports and PE. Let's double check. We have a vote for sports out of YouTube, 2nd for sports, 3rd for sports, 4th for sports. Okay, I think it's actually sports. Okay, we're going sports. Good old 3-way tie. Yeah, let's do sports because it looks like there's a lot of people voting for sports. So that means we're going to be doing a bit of deck building. So let's open up a new list and let's throw together a sports deck. This is something that I wanted to do anyways, so this is good. Okay, so YouTube ruining my PE dreams. Okay, so the sports medal is a deck that's been around for a while, but now we've gained bifurcation. So we have 3 copies of a 2/1. We have the Vitruvius. We have Biotics. I'm just going to put the core in here first, which is basically just the Agenda Suite, Biotics, and Audacity. Those are not changing. And then we can only play 2 Spin Doctors because we have to play 1 copy of Global Food Initiative, and we play Hyperloop, we play Megapre, and we are missing a Luminal. Okay. A couple notable rotates. Lateral Growth is gone, so we can't play Lateral Growth anymore, which means we can't Biotic a 3-2 turn 1 anymore. Want a starter list? Yeah, if you wanna send it, Alex, we can take a look at that. It'll help a lot. Can't believe Bifurcation isn't a forced D-Res. Yeah, that would make it. Yeah, I would like it to be a forced D-Res as well, because now it's just a 2-1 that if you D-Res, it's good. Like, if you can make it good, then it's good, and if you don't, then it's fine. I don't think Sports can play 3-Eyed Destiny anymore. Really? Oh, because Mavericks? Yeah, sure. I mean, no, but you can just arc lockdown the Maverick, the what's that called? The Clot. I think you can get away with that. You just play 2 copies of Arc Lockdown, and you just get clotted once, and it's fine, and you just Arc Lockdown the Clot. Yeah. Let's see how deck building goes. So we are playing Rashida's a question. What was the cards that we definitely put in? Red Level Clearance. Red Level Clearance is a 3 of. We're at 27 cards. We need a bunch of ice, so Gatekeeper is a 3 of. Drafter's a 3 of. And then, yeah, it depends on how much ice you want to put in. But I think we want to put a decent amount of ice in. Did we even play hedge funds? Yeah, I am about to open a reference list. Sent you a list on Discord. Okay. Slotted DBS and Mavericks. I haven't tried out 3-Eyed Destiny Sports, just instantly went to 2. Okay, let's see. What other cards am I missing? Yeah, we could go. Okay, so we could go the Maryland Nico. The Maryland Nico route. Is that necessary? I don't think it is. We definitely want the Tranquility Home Grid. And oh right, sprints. We want sprints. And then there's also Fairchild 3s, which is okay. For the freed up influence can be very useful for a bunch of stuff. That's true. Obviously the deck needs a 1x big deal. Maybe. Home grid. Okay, so let's put in the home grids. We're going to play the ice because I like ice. So let's play the ice setup, which means we play Rashida. Okay, so this is really funny. It lets me put, like, I don't think Netrunner DB used to let you do this. I don't think it used to let you put out of faction agendas in your deck, but I can put. I thought I could. Yeah, see, I can. There's just 3 artificial crypto crashes in here, and the only issue is that I'm over agenda points. So that's like we can cut Vitruvius and we're fine. There's just 3 crypto crashes in here. Okay, Trankrid, Hagen, Gatekeeper, Drafter. I remember playing 11 ice, so maybe we can put in Fairchild 3. We can put in 1 Fairchild 3. I think it was 2 Hagens. What was the other ice I played? Should I just look this up? Let's look at my old sports list. Oh, Magnet. Right. Magnet's not bad. Magnet is not bad. The 1x Bass was also not bad. We definitely want to play Fast Break. One copy of Fast Break seems fine. And then we play hedge funds and sprints. Yeah, okay. So let's put the hedge funds in here because we are playing ice. Let's put the sprints in here because I forgot those. Let's play the Fast Break. And oh, I haven't put Rashida's in here. I thought I thought I did, but I hadn't yet because of the tangent on Crypto Crash. I'm here for the Trankard sports meta. Big deal to bait them into trashing it. That's so true. Fast Break seems better when you're on Mavris. Yeah, it is. That's true. Maybe we do play Mavris. We can cut an Audacity for it. That's such a high cost, though. So what? We cut an Audacity, we play a third Spin Doctor, we play one Mavris, we have 2 influence left. We could play 2 Mavris. We have an extra influence left. I could actually see a list with 1 to 2 big deal, no hyperloop, second GFI, and a stock buyback to fund the deals. Yeah, you could, but then you're spending influence on stock buyback. I think that's a different deck. I think it could work though. Hi Sokka, play big deal. We should put. You want to see 1 big deal in here? That's the last card, and just put 1 big deal. I think I need another ice though. Like Fairchild. I think we do need a Fairchild 3. Or just Magnet's fine. We'll play Fairchild 3. But Sebastian, nice to see you. How you doing? This isn't a big deal list. Yeah. We don't have the money for it. Okay, let's try this. And then maybe we play the Mavris, but then we cut Audacity for 2 Mavris a third spin. Then we've got deck slot issues. And then that probably pushes you away from Ice and away from Rashida, which could be okay. Okay, let's do this. I need to copy deck builder, new corp deck. Not gonna bother naming it. Should we join Phil's game? Oh, I can't do that. Let's go here. Corp. Okay. A lot to get ready there, but we made it. We're against a Sable. We're against a Sable. This seems like a fine hand. Okay. Let's try it out. Start turn. Wow. That's very good. Okay. So this is hedge fund, install Fairchild on HQ. We could just double ice. Yeah, against Sable, I guess we can double ice. I was gonna just throw the Trankard out there, but I guess we want to protect R&D. Can then spend the 1 extra influence on Chrysium? Potentially. Extra spicy 1 inf spread. Try GFI 3 spin to Audacity 1 Mavris 1 Moonpool. Moonpool's not 1 influence. Is it? Let's res this. Oh, 1 Mavris. Wait, that doesn't math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does that add up to 15? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, that's 16. Two spin. Okay. Yeah, Moonpool's not bad. Moonpool is in the grinder PE list. It's decent. Okay, our money's been shot. This is fine though. Red level. If we draw again, we draw dead. We can install a Trinket, or we could install a Hyperloop. That's a good draw. Do we run the Hyperloop? We're running Hagen. We wouldn't res that anyways, even if we had the money. We could score here. Oh, never mind. We're checking it. Okay. That's good for us. Hyperloops are just there to give us money. We found a Gatekeeper, which is really good. So this is install, install, and install. Virtuoso. Getting an HQ access. In this matchup, the arc lockdown can go away. Or like we could just throw it out. Because it's just for paperclip, right? And that's fine. Installing pad tab. Okay, let's get the Rashida going. Sorry about that. Bifurcation, 3 sprints, and a biotic labor. Where are all of our agendas? Ob took all of our agendas. We drew all the agendas in Ob, and now we're not finding them. I can hear him fine, but I'm on full. I can turn myself up. Do I need to be turned up? I can turn myself up a little bit, because it does look a little low. Wow. Do we just like install 2 bifurcations? Just res this. Install. We could install double advance, score it, pitch, bifurcation, sprint, and arc lockdown. Yikes. Oh, actually, we can just pitch the fast break because this will come up later. Or no, we're supposed to like sprint it back. Let's just score. Choose a card to derez. Say done. Gain 2. End turn. We don't need 3 sprints in hand. We don't need... I want to throw the bifurcation away. It is a whole point, though. Okay, we'll just throw the fast break away. This is fine. We'll keep the agenda. You are pretty quiet? Okay. Without clipping, of course. Yeah. I think I'm like at the top of green right now. Yeah, I'm gonna push up a little bit. Very slightly. Mark is R&D. So running archives doesn't actually do anything. Oh, it checks the face down cards. Okay. Drew red level. I think we want to play the sprint. We're not in a rush to like biotic here, so we're gonna play the sprint. Wow. Okay. Let's put the are the bifurcations good if I find all of them? I guess they are, right? So we just put the red levels back and have those come up later. And we'll install... the remote isn't safe enough for a Vitruvius, so we'll just install like a Mega Pre in there. Or we just install a bifurcation in there. And we'll just hold a bunch of agendas in hand. I'm okay with that. Install this server 2, gain 2 credits, gain a credit. If this gets stolen, then we'll... I think whatever happens next turn, we will biotic out the Vitruvius. Just because Vitruvius is worth 2 real points, and also because we have another one in hand now. We lost a bit of value because we don't get a Trank trigger. I think that's okay. Actually, maybe that's not okay. Why not play Bass? Seems pretty good with Bevel Clearance and Tranquility Home Grid. Yeah, the one of Bass is really appealing. I don't have the slot for it right now, is what I see. If you think the remote isn't that safe, isn't Megapre the best agenda to get stolen? Yes, but I also think that they might leave it, which is why we'll put the bifurcation in there. But that's true. Are we clicking this to see 2 cards? Is that what's happening? Oh, did I lag out? Oh, okay. It was good. It was just slow. There we go. Accessing 2. Sprint. Megapre. Nice. Draw 2. Gain money. We could just gain money, honestly. Because then we'll just score the bifurcation. Oh, I have a click left. We should have drawn. It's fine. Advance, score. Oh, I could draw now, actually. Yeah, let's draw now. Red level. Okay, so we can put the Hyperloop in the remote in game 2. Big deal plus sports medal. Jerry Maguire deck write-up. You can truly mess around because you have the draw to not need 3 audacity. Yeah, it's true. But when you have 3 audacity, you can just play them to, like, it's not just there to close the game. You can just use it to score your first, your second, your third, or whatever number agenda you're scoring, right? Yeah, Janet's a little bit laggy here. But I think this type of deck is really scary because even the Shaper that I was playing has issues getting clot. Bravado R&D. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'll res. Ideally, it's to score the first, second, third, and fourth agenda. Yeah, exactly. Tapeworm. Don't care about that. We can just score the Hyperloop here and pitch the Arc Lockdown. Alternatively, we can score the bifurcation, but this just gives us more money. Yeah. We win off a biotic draw. We win off a audacity draw. There's 3 of audacity, 2 of biotic. We're going to play the red level to draw 2. We can also install the Vitruvius draw 2, although that's risky. Or draw 1. That's risky. Boomerang HQ, running HQ. Seeing 2. Now this is an interesting thing because if they steal the Vitruvius and they leave the bifurcation, do I score it? Assuming we don't find another agenda, do I score it? Because if I score it, I go to 6 points, which means what that does is it takes a point out of the game, and it means the last copy of Hyperloop I can score to win. Is that good enough? Why even gain money with sports there? I would have drawn 2 more. Yeah, you're right. Well, because I'm at $8. If I'm at 6, then I can't. Then Biotic's not a win, right? I'd have to draw the Biotic without playing the red level, and then I can red level to Biotic. I think it's actually the same thing with red level in hand. Oh, but then it increases the chances that I just draw Audacity. Yeah, you are right. Drafter and Sprint aren't going to come up too much here, so I'd feel like discarding them. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. See, Onion, clearly, you didn't know that there was an Audacity on top. And if you knew that there's an Audacity on top, then you'd understand why we gained 2 credits. What's the best way to beat sports as criminal? It's not good. It's not good. What was in hand? It's not good. You have to port a Stargate, and then you have to Stargate a bunch somehow. Yeah, it's not good. Sports versus criminal. You want to be playing Shaper or Anarch, because Anarchs you have like the imps, maybe you have Stargate, maybe your freedom. In Shaper you have the Clot, but as I said, sub Shapers, there's a lot of incentive in Shaper to cut SMCs because Boat is a breaker and Earthrise draws you a lot of cards. So yeah, I've been finding a lot of incentive to cut SMCs, and with that, it just decreases the amount of times that you can find your Clot. So I don't know. Maybe I haven't tried Smoke yet. Smoke is something that I want to try. I mean, there's a lot of runners I just haven't tried yet. So import other multi-access, R&D lock. An archive mem kind of deals with the Stargate issue sometimes too. Sometimes you can just let them Stargate you over and over and you still win. If they can get it going and consistently, that's pretty difficult. But yeah, especially if you have like an ice or 2 you can throw on R&D, it's pretty hard to Stargate every turn. I hope the Glacier decks like Egg Infusion will scare people off Freedom. Me too. I would consider myself like a Glacier player, and maybe not a Glacier player per se, but I like to play decks that have like a very high win rate, and usually that favors the more Glacier-y style play, because the higher, like the more powerful decks are usually a bit higher variance. So I usually end up not playing those decks. Try Smoke and use that fire alt art you have. Yeah, it's such a good alt art. It is such a good alt art. I'm gonna show that. We're showing the Smoke alt art. Where is that Smoke alt art? Is it in my box? No, it's here. It's here. We're gonna show off the fire Smoke alt art. I tried SMC in the boat deck, and it only was good for getting up and down fast. I like to play decks that have a good win rate. Yeah. No, but like I feel like my tolerance is a lot higher, or not tolerance, like my standard for that. Like I want the win rate to be very high, and also like very up to my own control. Whereas there's a lot of decks that are really powerful, but also have somewhat high variance because most of those decks don't ice or like don't protect R&D, for example. So if you're playing like Gagarin, you usually don't. You just like install a bunch of stuff and you just take the odds on R&D, and I don't like doing that. Is it an outfit one that's like inside a smoky? I'll show. I think he mostly meant that you want a low variance in the reasons they lose. Yeah, that makes sense. Would Game Changer Sports be more interesting now because the runner strategy isn't just charge turning with 4 times each turn? I guess so. I don't want Game Changer to come back. Here's the smoke alt art. I'll take it out of the sleeve so there's no glare. There's the smoke. Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good. And then the back has no text and just the art. Yeah, it's very good. If I play Smoke in real life, I will be using this. Yes, give me Game Changer back. I get the feeling we're very different types of court players here. Okay. I'm gonna keep going. I need to step to the bathroom first, so I will be right back. Okay. Let's continue. Let's check out this sports deck. I don't need to check any of these. How many games we have? 34. Yeah, this is, I think I said this last week too, but there's just been so many games on JNet, and yeah, it's been making JNet a bit laggy, but just seeing a lot of players is just really, really good. I also, while I was away, I was like kind of sad that the ob deck I didn't get to show that off too well. Maybe I'll play another game or two of that before ending the day. So many players that JNet is laggy feels so good. Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting. Oh, there's a tournament this weekend, right? There's an online tournament, like it's like Delaware Store Champ. What is that, tomorrow? Delaware Online Circuit Opener. That Sanjay is running. Encourage everybody to play in this. That seems like a good time. I'm playing Twilight Imperium tomorrow, so unfortunately I won't be able to play in it. But if I was free tomorrow, I totally would. This hand seems fine. So it's Hedge Fund, Fairchild HQ, Hyperloop, New Remote. Yep, Contact Sanjay, yeah. Probably should have taken my other runner deck into this. Yeah, I need to play a bit more aggressively. Onion, your comment before about drawing two is totally right, and it's just my instinct is not to draw two, but it it was totally correct to be drawing two. Oh, interesting. So if I res this, he loses his last $2 and takes a core damage. That's fine. I won't res then. Is that worth it? I don't know if that's worth it. I want to get a bit more out of it. Okay. So we can just score, which I think we will. Or we could go like draw a card, hedge fund drafter. And then we end the turn on 3 cards, which is the same situation. So we'll just score and I was gonna take money. Yeah, we take money here. Leaving it is probably also just a fine play. Turtle. Virtuoso. Run archives. Get 2 turtle counters. Seems good. Oh, it's pay 3, not lose 3? The runner must pay 3 credits or trash. Oh. Yeah, I guess you can't pay 3. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't res. Let's draw. I could red level draw. I think we will. Okay. We'd like to get an ice down. Let's gain a click and red level draw again. Wow. There is only 10 ice though, so this is it's unfortunate. I could install a card. Do I want to play this hedge fund? Gain 2 credits, play the hedge fund. Install the Trank Grid. Seems okay. Or we could just... Actually, no, we just ice R&D. Because Mark could be R&D. It's HQ. Okay. I think you pay what you can. Do you pay what you can? If you have fewer than 3 credits, you must trash card to Fairchild 3. Yeah, you must. Yeah, you must trash card to Fairchild 3, but there was no cards. So I'm pretty sure you don't. Like, your options are pay 3, trash a card. You can't do either, so you just don't do it. Whereas losing credits will take as much as it can. But when you pay, if you can't pay, like it doesn't work like that. Where if you can't pay, it makes you pay as much as you can. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work like that. Mark can't be an R&D. Mark Yellow's rotated. Very good. Expose the Fairchild 3 on HQ. Run archives. So it could be run archives, run HQ. I'll res there because they'd have to pay 3. Another Hyperloop. I don't even want that. They just install 3. Draw a card, install 2. Gatekeepers. Interesting. It could be Gatekeeper Archives. Install Hyperloop. this is the last turn where Turtle can't break the Fairchild 3 until we do something about it. R&D could be run. R&D's the Mark II. Oh, man. That's so sad. Okay, we'll res anyways. It costs him 2 credits. Access Arc Lockdown in hand. We've got 6 counter Turtle. Next turn I can Purge. If he doesn't run the Hyperloop, then we'll Purge and pitch a Trankrid. Okay, we are running the Hyperloop. Then in that case, we'll just draw. And try to fast advance. I don't know. Gaining money and then just purging also seems strong here. Maybe we can do both. We'll draw and purge. Just find your Mavericks. Need to know about this FC3 situation. I'm pretty sure you don't pay 2. The amount of turtles has made me want to unironically slap macro without sandbox. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you don't have 3 credits, you just don't pay 3 credits. You don't pay your money. In the ob deck, it's so cool because you have the Mavericks in here, so you can make a play where you have, let's say you have all 3 of your centrals iced, and Turtle's got like a billion counters, and one of your central ice is Hortum, which is fairly likely because you have 3 Hortums, and Hortums go on centrals. Or at least that's how I've been playing it. So one of your central ice is Hortum. So what you can do on your turn is you extract the Hortum. So then you gain 6 credits, and you trash the Hortum, and Ob will pick up Mavericks. And then you put the Mavericks down, and then you pass the turn. And then at the start of the runner's turn, you trigger the Mavericks, purging the Amakua, and then replacing the server that was once iced with Hortum, now with an IP block. It's so good. It's so good. Hell yeah, now we drawing. It's so good. It's such a good play. I've done it like maybe twice. Super heavy skateboard. Okay, so we pitch these 3 cards. We pitch Arc Lockdown for sure. We pitch 1 Trankrid for sure. Do we keep a Trankrid? Maybe. Okay, we're purging. That much is certain. Arc Lockdown, Trankrid. I think we want to keep the hedge fund. I think we just pitch the Trankrids. And we just sit here in fast events. That is how this deck works, right? Yeah. How many Mavericks into Archives? Pitch an ice, I'd want to keep a grid. See, I want to as well, but I think with the 2-1s and just we're on 1 point, we're about to go to 2 points. If we draw another bifurcation, we go to 3 points. And then we just need to fast advance. Like, we need to Audacity or Biotic twice. And I think we can lock down the game better if we just keep the ice, pitch the grid, and we just ice centrals. Luminal. Yeah, I think we do a bit better that way. The Gatekeeper on Archives is a little bit weak for a turn. I think the turn is we Biotic the Luminal, we Hedge Fund, we Biotic the Luminal. We could draw off of that. Cat's Cradle, so we have a Code Gate Breaker. So Biotic, the Luminal. And then we can draw 2. We go to 3 cards, which lets us hedge fund and install 2 cards. Yeah. Okay, Arc Lockdown we can get rid of if we don't want it. Also GFI. Install spin, install res spin, hedge fund, install res spin, hedge fund, ice R&D. Pitch 2 cards. I like that. Two biotics. 4, 8, 12. So we could score GFI next turn if we want to. We're not going for that. We're pitching the GFI. We're not going for that. This Fairchild 3 needs to get rezzed. So it's gonna be Hagen R&D. Yeah, it's gonna be Hagen R&D, and then we pitch the GFI and the Arc Lockdown. We're gonna get doofed here, right? And then we have to, like, I guess with 2 biotics in hand, we don't need to spin the other biotic, so we probably just get GFI and red level. This is so tempting. Okay, we just get a turn. Nice. So I can score the bifurcation. The Rashida's not going to be... Oh. 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 Oh, maybe we should have drawn there. Because pad tap money. Yeah, we should have drawn there again, hey? Doof doesn't matter. Doof matters. Doof matters because we can't biotic. Doof matters. You don't lose the 2 credits. Yeah, the FC3 interaction? Yeah. So we can res Fairchild 3 here. They can break, and then we go to 0. Or we could not res Fairchild 3, and then they run back. I think I'll just res and click up. Because what is this? This costs like $4, $5, $6, $7. That's good. Yeah, we'll just res and click up. I'm playing around Paul up. I gotta stop doing that. The thought that just crossed my mind was, do I need to pop the Spin Doctor? But it's D-res, so I don't. But also, I shouldn't even think about it. I don't think I'd have resed. If you don't res, then they get free runs on HQ for the rest of the game. We might be okay with that. But then what? We'd have an extra $5, right? $6 right now? We'd have an extra $6 right now, which is not quite enough to biotic anyways. So we're probably going to try to res spin, draw an agenda, and then we Audacity. Well, I mean, we need $1 to Audacity. So that's true. Running the spin. Drew another Audacity. That's unfortunate. But we have sprints, so sprints can get us there. Rashida's a dead card. Don't think you would have rezzed. No, I think you have to res. I think you have to res. We gain 3. Don't have another play. Rashida, and Gatekeeper. Yeah. But you score out anything you draw after that point anyways. That's true if I top deck it. Or if they steal an agenda and I draw 2 and I find an agenda. But I only do that with Audacity, right? The whole ice doesn't matter against criminal is a block I need to get across. I need to get over. Maybe Resing was right after all. Toss an Audacity, right? You never need 2 in hand. That's true, except I have sprints. So you do want to keep them. Because if you draw sprint, you can shuffle it back. This Hagen might trash the turtle next turn. Because we don't have a paperclip. Ooh. 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 Normally, this score might be a little bit dangerous because that we just lost 2 Audacities and we don't have money to play Biotic. And we also just don't have Biotics left. So we're kind of hoping on the last Audacity, but we have 2 copies of a 2/1 in our deck now. So this score is now very good. Running HQ, paying 3. 50-50 on a GFI. Okay. I want to gain money here. Gaining money gives pad tap dollars, but I think I do need to gain money. Unless we're drawing for the last Audacity. Actually, I'm okay with drawing. Drew another red level. Okay. 3 draws coming up for a spin, etc. That's fair. Oh, are we deep diving? Should have gained money. No way. 5, 6, 7. Should have gained money. Oh no, gaining money doesn't work because of the pad taps. Double Vitruvius. Oh, we lost. Vitruvius, Hyperloop, Vitruvius. And I can't even... This doesn't even mess it up. We just draw... When you draw the next cards. Dang. The deep dive. See, in a way, I'm kind of happy to be losing, but also I don't know if that's a consistent loss. That's interesting. Yeah, good game. I'm trying to think if that happens, if this runner is favored or not. Because if it is, then I guess the Crim matchup isn't that bad. But maybe I just played it wrong, and I just let you have... Like, I just don't care about ice, and we just... Because that was the theory, right? Is you don't care about ice. But I think you have enough. I think you have enough accesses to win. That's interesting. Yeah, that might be one to jam a bunch. What's the win record so far today? It's like 2-2. No, because we lost both the ob decks, the ob games, and then this game. Deep dive's a good counter option. How many turns was this? It was 9 turns. 9 turns. We're against Hoshiko. This is a hand that we will not be keeping. We can protect our Rashida with a drafter if we want. I think it's just hedge fund double install then. To be fair, I think rolling R&D a couple times made that Virtuoso pay off. And Sable is one of the only people that can use it for double access. Okay, running the Mega Pre draws me 2 cards. Running the other card, I just lose it. If they don't run it, I'll fire the Rashida, and then we'll biotic something. Oh wow, okay. It's a good draw. Score, gain 2, end turn, lose the arc lockdown. It's just for clot. We don't need it for anything else. Do we just throw the ice away? We do, right? That makes sense. Oh, and then we get Stargated. No, I guess we need this drafter. We throw one of the biotics away. If it weren't for a potential Stargate being installed, we need this drafter. Okay, now with a Savernius Stim, we might not be on Stargate. We're playing Savernius Steelskin. Yeah, very good. Very good. Biotic. Bifurcation. Draw 2. Toss Sprint. The hand already has what it needs. I guess so. But you also don't need 2 biotics. Because if I play one more biotic this game and then score with an Audacity, I should be able to like fast advance at 2-1. Oh. Here we can just... Do we draw? I think we do. Audacity red level. It's not what we want to see. So this is install Rashida, install Gatekeeper, install Drafter on R&D. We want to sneak the hedge fund in there. We want to sneak the Drafter on R&D. So maybe we play the red level, and maybe that's wrong. We're doing it. Always take the line Ian would want. Yes. See, I have a feeling... Onion says, I like sneaking in the RLC. I have a feeling Ian does not like playing the RLC here. What says Ian? I have a feeling the line Ian would want is not playing the RLC. Run the remote. We don't have a... Oh, we do have Black Orchestra. Fine. Oh, did we just get that? Did we Savernius it in? I think we did. It's fine. $9 is still a lot of money, though. Ian says it is okay. Oh, my goodness. That's insane. Sprint. Shuffle the Audacity back for sure. We'll just keep both of these agendas. We'll put the Trank Grid in the remote. And put a Gatekeeper on HQ, I guess? Yeah, seems fine. Trank Grid remote. Or you just take $1. No, I like the HQ actually. Feels so good. Yeah, Sprint's a good card. Sprint's a good card. The Trank Grid, we're at $3 is kind of awkward. Because if they run, I want to res, but then I have no money. Yeah, like, do I res this? Because if I res Drafter, it fires. But then I can't trigger this Trank Grid. So I could, like, put Rashida in the remote, pick up a red level. That's probably worth it. Yeah, put Rashida in the remote, pick up red levels, worth it. Choose a card to add to HQ. Red level. Choose a card to install. Rashida. In server 4. I need to ice to discourage a Savernius run. Yeah, that's my thought. My thoughts exactly. Thanks for giving my Sable deck its first win. Yeah, it was good. I'm just not sure if I think money here is fine. I'm just not sure how that matchup goes if we run it again over and over again. Yeah, because it almost seems like you have the tools to do what you need to do against sports. But I'd be very interested to try it just with the mentality of I'm not going to install ice and see how that goes. This Gatekeeper, is it safe? Because we could red level the Spin and Audacity the Vitruvius. But do we need to make that play? It's probably the safest line. If we don't take that line, we can score the Bifurcation and potentially red level the Hagen onto HQ. Thinking. Okay, if we have the money to do that, then we do that. So it's install double advance score. That gets us, that's credit neutral. We gain 1 credit off the trinket, so we go to 9. And then it costs us 2 credits to get the Hagen onto HQ, so that's 7. And then we have 4 to res. And then we have the Trank Grid. Okay, so this is actually credit perfect. So we can res this. We can install this here, gain 2 credits, double advance, score. Oh, wait. I didn't do that in the right order. I need to play the red level first. Gain a click, install a Hagen on HQ. Then we advance, then we score. We will not de-res a car and we will gain $2. And we are credit perfect to res the Hagen and the Gatekeeper in HQ, and I don't think they'll be able to get in there. So much for being at 0 is going to be awkward. RLC out a spin and score Bifur? Okay, we just hit Liberated. I think this line was safest because Hagen and Gatekeeper is safe. Because Because Hagen and Gatekeeper seems pretty safe. The risk would be that they come and steal the Vitruvius, but if we Audacity a Vitruvius, then we're kind of at the mercy of like drawing the right cards, and we kind of already had the right cards, so I'd rather keep the right cards and try to score in 2 turns. I feel like the Sable takes too long to figure out a solution to FC3 IP block for most decks I've tried it against. Really? Okay. That's fair, because it's like, it's on Amakua, and everybody has Amakua tech, so I can, yeah. De-resing a Gatekeeper isn't bad. That's a good one to keep in mind. Did a spin de-res last game? That felt good. Yeah. Unsure about Nico versus Maryland? It's slots, right? Because I don't know, if maybe you just spam the deck with money. Like that's one way of doing it, is you cut all the ice and you play Nikos and Marylands and you don't ice them. And in that deck you probably don't, maybe you play the Trancards anyways and you just play them naked. Because otherwise there's no slots. There's no slots for Nico and Maryland and ice and all the operations that you want. Right? The list that Alex sent me has the Nikos and the Marylands, but what is it missing? It's got 3 Maryland, 2 Nico. It's got 7 ice. It's missing the 3rd sprint. It's got 1 Mavericks instead of the 2 arc lockdowns. Yeah. But lately I always want the Marylands to trash because I don't want to redraw them because I'm looking for pieces. That's true. I don't like playing less ice than 8. You just die too hard to Stargate at that point. Yeah. I don't know though, because runners are really efficient. So the whole never advance game plan is a little bit weaker because runners are better than it was before. Because before I played like 11 ice and you kind of rushed behind ice, and that's felt fine. It's a little bit weaker now. But I think it's still good. 12 agendas, 2 GFI, just switch loops for bifurcations. Yeah, slots. I don't know. Switch loops for that's a thought. Is you don't play Hyperloop. Maybe it's right. I don't know. It feels like though. It feels like that the 3, like playing 3 1-pointers instead of the 1 GFI, I think is better, especially if 3 bifurcations instead of 1 GFI is, it feels like it's better because it's a 2-1 and you can get an extra point or 2 out of hand without a piece. And then if you compare the 1 GFI to 3 Hyperloops, then it's, I think without Hyperloop you can get kind of broke. But if you're playing Nikos or Marylands, maybe it's not the case. Yeah, if you're playing Nikos and Marylands, maybe that's not the case. Did I just get spammed? Okay. I don't like the campaigns plan for money in sports. The time you're spending installing those could be spent drawing for more agendas and fast events. I feel that way too, but sometimes if you get the card down, it pays out, and it's like really hard to you know, to go and for the runner to go and trash it. And it's not like it's safer money than hedge. That's true. That's true. And sometimes all you just need is a hedge. Okay. This seems like a fine hand. +2 campaign, -2 hedge for sure, but which 2 campaigns? It's another way to steal one of their clicks, right? It complicates the board state. That's true. It does. This is hedge, install. Oh, did I give them a sad face? Oh no. That's... I feel bad now. That was supposed to be a smiley face. Oh no. Should I apologize? I'm... Smiley face at the start. That's the face that denotes worries, which you said no in front of. Yeah, so even just like small decisions like this, installing the ice on the remote might just be wrong. I think with spin and sprint in hand, it might be okay because we can try to draw into another ice if they just slam Stargate and hit Stargate. But maybe the right play that turn was to... this is awkward. We'll just score. Maybe the right play that turn was to actually install the... Either install the Mega Pre-Naked, or we... Basically, the Gatekeeper goes on R&D. And we like install spin, res spin, Gatekeeper R&D, do something else. Hedge fund. Hi Sokka. Hey Kisara. How's it going? Kisara, are you going to Worlds? Am I gonna meet you at Worlds? Even smaller decisions like smiley face or sad face can decide the game. It's true. Oh, this is a family-friendly stream. I mean, I'm not one who usually does things that are not family-friendly, so I added that in there. So yes. Yes. Yeah, I think so. That's awesome. Not giving away your Mega Pre, but scoring it when you can is usually right. Yeah, not giving it away. So I probably wouldn't install it naked. I don't know. I think some people would, though. And it might be okay. Come say hi. I'm usually easy to find in the crowd of Netrunner players. It'll be a good weekend. Hopefully meet a whole lot of people. I mean, I definitely will, but, you know, try to maximize. Install spin, install trank, new remote, install Gatekeeper. So that seems okay. It wastes them a click, and I'm at the mercy of the draw. I guess we'll install spin and res it. Okay. Saved a little bit. So install server 1. We could also ice HQ. I think the thread is R&D, right? So you gotta ice R&D and just throw that in the remote. Ever since Ran quit, no one has had trouble finding me. I'm not sure who that is. Also, why is that? That's... Yeah, I'm interested to hear what this is about. You're playing sports. Sports events are always family friendly. Oh, there's the Stargate. Good timing on the R&D ice. If we committed that elsewhere, this could go very horribly. But now it's okay. But also, I'm okay with this going through because I can just spin dock to stuff it, and I can score Vitruvius, and I can res the Gatekeeper next turn. I think that's right. We just let this happen. I'm Chinese and femme. Most Netrunner players are white guys, so I'm easy to find. Do not fear the Stargate. Yes. I will find you. I will find you. Not buzzing. Was Ren another Chinese female? And now you're like the only one left? Is that what that is? Vitruvius Biotic Hyperloop. Okay. So we can shuffle that away. Score the Vitruvius. We have Audacity in hand. The Gatekeeper should draw us 3 cards next turn, unless we can break it somehow. Now, some people would tell me to Biotic Audacity and get 2 Vitruvius counters. But I don't believe in that. Especially Game Changer, it's the most family-friendly sports event. A beautiful comeback story of a small mega conglomerate overcoming the mean runners, stealing all their agendas. I got complimented on Ran's decks once. I was mostly mad because I actually placed higher. No way you got 2 points and still have your Biotic. Yeah, I agree. It was installed. Not sure if I need to explain more. They're looking for more. 3 clicks and 3 credits. That's not the best way to explain it. Oh, I see. They were like, how did there's multiple Project Vitruvius. The classic Scorn agenda sitting behind Ice Strat. No one sees it coming. Sports putting agendas behind Ice. Just jam. They gotta check it. They spend money. And they don't have that much money, right? Should it be? Oh. $7. That's weird. We got the start a turn Hoshiko trigger though. Because we didn't access, right? I don't remember what state it was in. Install Stargate, hit Liberated, hit Stargate, run Archives, didn't access a card in Archives. So Hoshiko should flip back. But then it says it flips. But they didn't gain money because they ended the turn at 7 and then started the turn again at 7. Yeah, that's odd. Oh, sure. Sounds like me and YouTube are thinking alike. Yeah, prioritizing the ice on R&D is very important. I don't know. There's just a lot of perceived risk in the way that sports plays when you just I don't know how to explain it. Okay, this gatekeeper's firing. We're drawing 3 cards. We can't play the biotic, but if we find a 2-pointer and we audacity it, we're totally fine. Fires, draw 3. Wow. Okay, we need to sprint these audacities back. Ooh, Kat, is there any? Are you or anybody else that you know from the U.S. thinking about coming up to Canadian Nationals? We've gotta hit that 30-person limit. But also, it's also a weird like marketing strategy to have that 30-person limit because everybody needs to register ASAP, right? And it just drives up the demand of the event. Okay, the audacities go back for sure. The Hyperloop just gets installed. And so does the Trank Grid, and I guess that's the turn. That's odd. I could sprint again. I don't think we do, though. We'll just install this, pitch. The fast break is okay. It doesn't do anything right now, but it's okay. The Arc Lockdown can go. The Trank Grid. The Trank Grid's good, though, right? But you also kind of want the Fairchild in case this Gatekeeper gets hippoed. Let's pop the Trank Grid. Get out of here. Get the Trank Grid out. I don't think so, sadly. Yeah, I think a lot of people are, since it's pretty close to Worlds, they're finding it difficult to, if you need to travel to both, then a lot of people are just going to Worlds rather than going to Cannats. It's also, I think Intercons is on the 10th. So that'll be interesting. Because I think it's like very early for me though, on the 10th. So at like 3 or 4 a.m. So if I play in that and play in Canadian Nationals, that's going to be quite the weekend. Oh, why didn't I stall behind the ice? Because I'm very bad at this game. That is why. I definitely should have put one of them behind the ice. I forgot I had an ice installed because I was focusing on chat. My mind is all over the place, but this is fine. We score this. We gain money. You don't need it to be behind ice. We'll just score it. It's fine. The Fairchild? Man, I think at this point the fast break goes. So how many agendas are they going to be stealing? Not a lot, right? Yeah. Maybe the Fairchild goes. Fairchild's a little bit of insurance against Hippo, though. Yeah, all my vacation days are taken for Netrunner weddings this year. If we not run the numbers using the 2022 US Nats attendance of 17 and the Canada-US population, there should be almost 2 people going to Cat Nats. Hey, there's already 6 people. Actually, yesterday there was already 6 people registered. I'm not sure what it's at today. But I was saying if the event has been up for a day and 6 people registered, so if you use those statistics, then by September 10th, at 6 people per day, we'll have 270 people at Canadian Nationals. And then I need to pull up. This is my favorite. There's like this little graphic from like university stats class. I'll pull it up after. I don't want to. Actually, okay, maybe yeah. I'll pull it up after. Sadly, none of the weddings are my own. We run the number. Those sound like great things to spend your vacations on. It's true. They do sound like great things to spend your vacations on. 17 is less than the circuit opener I ran last weekend. Yeah. Hedge fund, audacity, bifurcation. The fast break's a wasted slot? No, but if they steal agendas, the fast break is better than a red level. Or it's equal to a red level. Is that a fast break I see? Yeah, it's a fast break. I like 1x fast break. So we draw here, and then the turn is hedge fund. Oh no, maybe we gain money. We gain money, and the turn is hedge fund, Fairchild, credit. Maybe we sprint. Draw 2 cards. We go to 3 cards. This just replaces itself. No, so we gain money. We gain money, and the turn is hedge fund, Fairchild, sprint. Not in that order. Kat, you're located in like eastern US, right? In the Boston, New York area? Ooh. Hagen's a good draw. Let's put the Hagen up. Put the Fairchild back. Hedge fund. Hagen R&D. Red level's a great draw too. New York City, yeah. 270? Are there that many people in Canada? Okay. Oh, we've got an imp. What did we hit? Red level? That's unfortunate. So okay, so I guess like if we don't top deck an agenda here, if we top deck an agenda, that's amazing. If we don't, we'll sprint into an agenda, hopefully, and then we'll just score it. There is 2 more bifurcations. That I guess that works. Yeah. And then we'll draw. Okay. That also kind of works. Although we're gonna lose a piece here. If they access unless they like run HQ and only access the Rashida. But then we draw a card, this replaces itself. No, we need to keep this hand. If we want to Biotic Audacity, we have to keep the whole hand. Remote Ice is Gatekeeper. Yeah. And it can't be broken. So maybe the play was to just install the hype, like we play the sprint and just install the Hyperloop behind the remote. Could have been okay. There's a lot of lines here. I'm feeling like after this, I want to give my ob deck a bit of redemption, and we're gonna do another game with that. Because I was trying to show it at the start of the stream, and it kind of fell on its face. So I want to give it a little bit of redemption. Because maybe there's a world where you just score behind ice there. Yeah. You feel so far ahead. Okay. Whether to install behind ice or biotic it out feels kind of academic. Have you seen Andre from Metropole Grid playing the ob deck? He won 4 games in literally 20 minutes. Time to swing my banhammer. Yes, I will do that. Oh, but that was on... It was on... Yeah, okay. I'm dying to see these Kalitas Mavers tutoring moves. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to Ob after this. But my Ob, not the... Well, I mean, the other Ob is my Ob too, but it's just not... What do you call it? It's not... The kill. Okay, Drafter's good. Kind of. But only kind of. Oh, we don't need to Ice HQ. What are we doing? I guess we'll... Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We'll Ice HQ. The Imp is gone now. We don't need to Ice HQ. I guess we're protecting against another Imp. Yeah, I have been dropping these Kalitas Mavers moves, hey? Stalling Buzzsaw. We don't have the money to break the Gatekeeper, but we have the Breaker now. Okay. I can almost just let them in, except the DreamNet gives $1. So I can't, unfortunately. Is your opponent playing a startup deck? At the start, they said that they were going to be new. Chef Kiss to the Colorful Rig. Yeah, DreamNet money. Yeah, Clockhots. So I saw the Ob deck. It's good. I think it's better than some of the other versions, but the one that I have is somewhat similar. It has like similar win cons, but I think Andre is still playing. I think his list is on 6 3-pointers and 1 3-2, and I think it's better to actually play 8 agendas. I think it's better to play 8 agendas and play um what do you call it? You play like 3 Atlas, 1 Above the Law, 3 SDS, and 1 Send a Message, because the ability to score, the ability of scoring. Oh, I guess I should. No, it doesn't matter actually because we don't have Claw here. Yeah, the ability to score Atlas with counters off of the MCA, I think is worth it. So putting 3 Atlases in the deck, I think is worth it. Because my list is quite a bit more tacked out. By that I mean there's 1 copy of Best Defense in there. But if you're scoring Atlas counters and you can use it to pick up Best Defense, you can actually beat tech. Where I think like the way that he had it set up, you couldn't beat tech. I'll scroll over my list. Or wait, hang on. I need to turn this off. Yeah, here I'll show my version of Kill Ob. I haven't played it yet, but I'm going to this week or within the next couple days. MCA lists feel too fragile. People should be on 1-2 pinhole and everything. Yes, exactly. So if you compare this to like some of the other Ob kill decks, I'm actually playing 8 agendas, so I can actually threaten scoring. So I'm not going all in on this on MCA. I still kind of am, because this is the main game plan and it's the best game plan for the deck. But if the MCA goes away and I have a bunch of money and I can somewhat rush agendas, because Ob is quite good at rushing, especially with like Regolith and just Hedge Fund Extract, your money's decent. So then you can actually threaten scores if you don't find your MCA, or if your MCAs get trashed. But the other thing that this does is you can use the MCA to score Atlas with counters, and then you can do like the mutually assured destruction boom thing with like searching for MCAs and spin doctoring them back, and you can kind of find the things that you need, or maybe you can take advantage of scoring windows. That's tech from the Soul Glacier days. Yeah, I think you need 1 copy of Best Defense in here, because there's a lot of all the tech is 0. All the tech is 0 cost. Citadel is not sufficient tech, because Citadel you can just trash, right? You can just click the MCA to 3 counters, and then you can hit the MCA, so you have 6 clicks, and then mutually assured destruction boom is 5 clicks. So you can just trash Citadel. And then Best Defense. I mean, you could also Best Defense the Citadel as well, but Best Defense can get rid of all the 0 cost tech. So I think it's worth at least 1 slot in here. With a scoring plan as backup, it's likely better. Also, no sentries. Yeah, I've been playing no sentries. I'm not a fan of. I tried Stavka in the other Ob, but it wasn't quite good enough. So I ended up porting 1 copy of Drafter as my only sentry, and in this list I've been liking it, even though I've only played a couple games with the Drafter, because you can pop a board control and you can search for the Drafter, or you can pop a Hortum and search for the Drafter, and you can get that 1 sentry to make killers relevant, and also Drafter is a great sentry. One thing I will say, I'll go back to playing this list because I want to give this list a chance at redemption. But the in the ob, I don't know if people have noticed that I have Force Connection in here, and I think Force Connection goes in this deck really nicely because you have good money, right? You have Hedge Fund, Extract, and Regolith. That's pretty good money, considering that Extract gains you 6 if you trash a card, and protecting an early Regolith. Protecting early stuff, Ob just does the best with border control. So you have good early money, so you can likely have a decent amount of money to threaten this Trace. And the Trace gives 2 tags, which just turns on your Boom. So if they're running, and they also only have 3 clicks on their turn if you're hitting MCA. So you install your Force Connection on there with the MCA, and they come in, they trash it, they pay a bunch of money, because running through just the border control in Ob means you have to break the border control, and then you have to break a Sandstone or an Afshar, which can, that can be quite a bit of money. And not to mention, if you have like an Envelopment on that remote, or a Hordem or a Mausolus on that remote as well, then they have to break that twice along, because they have to run twice with the border control. So you're click taxing them so hard, your ice is somewhat taxing, and then they have to deal with the Force Connection Trace, or you just boom them anyway. So I think Force Connection is really good. Also, I'm going to catch up on chat. What is the 0-cost tech? No free lunch and Stone Ship Chart Room are also resources. By that logic, you could just have 6 clicks and trash them to do the Mad Boom. No One Home. Yeah, No One Home. No One Home's the one that you have to get rid of. No free lunch and Stone Ship Chart. No, well, so the thing is, no free lunch and Stone Ship Chart are. They don't. You also need to best defense it, because if you give them the second you give them the tag, they'll just pop it. The no free lunch and the Stone Ship Chart, right? So you also kind of need to best defense before you tag them for those 2 cards. Yeah. There's one more thing I was gonna say. Right. So the other thing I was gonna say was this deck, this whole Mad Boom setup. If you have Drago, it's threatening if you can get your MCA to 3 counters. But if your MCA is on 2 counters, you're threatening to click the MCA the 3rd time, hit the MCA for the gain click ability, so then you have 5 clicks, and you're threatening to play Mutually Assured Destruction, and boom. The flaw with this is you need to have something else rezzed. So if you're playing against somebody who never runs your ice, and you're sitting there clicking your MCA, the best you do here is you pop the MCA, Ob searches for a Rashida or a Spin, and that's 1 rezzed card, and then Mutual Assured Destruction will only give 1 tag, so you can't play Boom. So you actually need to have 1 other rezzed card in order to do that. So that's why I think you need to also have upgrades in your deck. At least a couple, like 2 or 3. In this case, I have the 3 because I think Force Connection works really well for that slot. But you need to have upgrades in your deck, because then you can put an upgrade in the MCA server, so that when you are on 2 counters and you don't have any other rezzed cards, you are threatening the kill. Because otherwise you're not, and I can just wait for you to click it the 3rd time, and then I can run the MCA. Yeah. They'll just pre-pop it otherwise. Yeah. Archive Mem, MVP. Oh yeah, also the Archive Mem is, I think, needed. Again, I haven't tested this deck yet. I'm planning to, but I'll test it and report back. Upgrades really help. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to, I want to give my Rush Ob some redemption. Let me change the deck list. Oh, I need to move this over again. There we go. And I don't know, the rush up is so much fun. It's just so much fun. You go fast, you have like there's so many plays you can make. And the flexibility of your ID is so much fun. It's not as fun when we get agenda flooded as badly as we did the first two games that we played. First change I'd make to your rush up is -1 wall to wall, +1 Malapert. So that's interesting. I used to be on a Malapert and 2 wall to walls, and I actually switched it from. I actually cut a Malapert to play the 3rd wall to wall. You're doing it just for the Azif line. How so? Wait, explain to me how that helps Azif. This seems good. Enough. It's good enough. Hostile. We're gonna get Ren. Do we just score hostile here? No. We'll ice. Azif, trash a 2 cost, fetch before the Azif actually scored. Oh yeah. That's right. You get an instant search of that. Right. That's what you meant. Yeah, that's a play. It's I found that the Malapert was nice, but it was just I didn't feel like I needed it to win the game. And the wall to wall I think it does a bit more. That was just how I felt with the Malapert. It didn't stand out all that much, but the wall to walls can, like, if you don't find your Rashida and you're not jamming an agenda, just installing wall to wall there is really good. And the other play you can make, well, you can make this play with wall to wall and with Malapert, is you can install res it and then extract it right away to get a Rashida. Let's draw here. And that's a pretty sick play sometimes. Kind of want 2x Malapert if I slot 1. I can see that. Yeah, Malapert's good. Malapert is quite good. Okay. Draw a card. We can... Oh. I could just extract this for a spin, install. When you drip, I drip, we drip. I will drip. I think we pick this up. Or, okay, so we can either pick it up and we go install the agenda, install the sandstone, extract for 3 credits, or we could not pick it up and just extract for spin. I think that's better. So let's advance the R&D ice. Atlas is a great draw because I'd rather score Atlas than the Azif right now. So let's extract to get a spin doctor and a new remote. Okay. Those are some cards. Wall to Wall has been super nice in my Rush Ob list. This Ob ID is very unique. Fun to see such cool cards. I think so too. LMAO, it's happening again. No, see, it's kind of okay here because... Oh, actually, okay, never mind. We just installed a paperclip. Now it's not actually that okay. It might be okay. It might be okay. Because he has to pay $5 here. $4? $4. He has to pay $4 and then $5 on the envelopment. And then steals the Atlas, but then we just jam again. And I don't think he runs it the second time. Also, if he lets this trash, then we can just border control him. Or we can... Wait, we win. Oh, no, we don't. There's safety first. We don't win. There's safety first. Thoughts on Cali testing versus Bass? That there was a discussion on that. Cali testing versus Bass. I'll talk more about it in a second. I've seen a whole lot more people on Bass, but I can't decide what's better. Oh, there is also Citadel. You're right. So this is install. I mean, I could just Audacity. There's IP block. There's still a Rashida, or not the Rashida, the Maryland in here. Audacity seems okay, but only okay. We're gonna be greedy. Let's see how this goes. We'd be greedy because this is like, if you run this server twice in a row, it's a pretty tall order. Like mathematically you can, but you know, it's pretty tough to make that call. They have to trash the wall-to-wall here. Question, last sub says trash this ice. Why didn't they let that fire? Because then ob triggers and I can install and res a border control in the remote and then pop the border control and then I can score the Atlas. Drew Drafter. We don't want to see that. Let's score this. Let's get rid of the sandstone for an IP block. Or we could get it for the Maryland. Naked Maryland seems okay. Actually, it is going to be Naked Maryland. The other option was IP block remote. Okay, talking about Cali testing versus Bass. So Bass costs 4 to trash. That's pretty significant. That's a huge plus for Bass. The argument for let's see. So this is install server 2 advance Audacity score, and I could pick up a wall-to-wall. We'll just get rid of this. We could go Hordem on R&D here. Or we go Hordem HQ. Next turn we just draw a bunch. And we'll just play for the Audacity win. But then it's better to border... actually, no, it's not. Because we're running out of 3-costers. So it is Hordem. It's Hordem. Hordem goes on... Could also go on Archives. We'll go R&D. So Bass costs 4 to trash, but it needs to... It's an asset. So it has to go in a new remote. And I think that is the consideration that makes quite the difference, because with Cali testing, outside of the whole pop border control, get the Cali test / Bass last click thing, with Cali testing, you can do stuff like install wall-to-wall, install Cali test in the remote, or install Rashida, install Cali test in the remote. So you can set up your fast advance piece in your remote. Whereas with Bass, it has to be the thing in the remote and you can't put it in there with something else. So that's
one big plus for Bass. Bass costs one less credit, so that's another plus for Bass. The Ice Wall. Let's just draw again. Bass costs one more credit because you have to actually pay to advance the card, whereas with Cali testing, it places the advancement for you. And then the other thing is that if you are doing the pop border control play to search for the Bass / calibration testing, the Bass needs to go in a new remote, which means if it is not last click, they can run the naked Bass and trash it. But if it is not last click and you put the Cali testing in your remote, and maybe your remote has an agenda in there, or it has a Rashida or a wall-to-wall, you can put it in there and they have to now run the remote. And this is under the assumption that they're not doing that. Obviously, you just port both Cali testing and check a Scion. What does Scion even do? So Maryland triggers next turn to get me a 1-coster. It's kind of cute. We'll just draw, get a envelopment on HQ, and pitch the Ice Wall. Oh, it's the Ghost Branch. Yeah. I hadn't considered the upgrade versus asset difference. Yeah, I think it's pretty close though, because the difference between 2 to trash and 4 to trash is pretty significant. So it's not a very clear answer. But I think there's more plays that you can make with Cali testing because it's an upgrade. So your border control pop goes to Cali testing, and you can then stick an extra tag if they devote more clicks. I'll actually switch over to Cali testing. Sounds better now that you explained it. Well, is that Cali testing's plural? Are you playing more than one Cali testing? Because that's quite a bit of influence. Let's shuffle the Maryland back in. Let's search for a 1-coster. Oh, wait, all the wall-to-walls are gone? That sucks. Atlas on top. So we need to find one of the 3 Audacities. I'm on 2 Bass right now. Okay. Draw once. Hostile. Okay, I mean, Hedge Fund Ice HQ is fine. How many borders do we have left? Oh, this is the first border we've seen. Okay, that's good. So when this envelopment triggers, we can get a border on HQ. Jailbreak HQ. We could lose the game here. We could lose the game here. Although Jailbreak HQ suggests that the top card of R&D might be Audacity. Because otherwise he might have waited on the Jailbreak, right? 4 to break all, 3 to break all, and let's see if we lose. Obdecks seem like there's too much room for finding new trash curves. What'd we get? Hostile. Oh my goodness. We lost. Got him. Was the top card Audacity? It was Spin. And then Audacity. So we win in 2 turns. Oh, so we would have had it next turn. Yeah, we win. We would have won next turn. He knew you had the Atlas from last turn. No, he didn't. He did not know I had the Atlas because I shuffled R&D twice. I shuffled with the Maryland and I shuffled with Ob. Ob decks seem like there's so much room for, trash curves. Audacity ended up letting me soft lock with Find the Truth, but my money situation was deteriorating. If you don't find the Atlas here, I lock up HQ Q with Audacity coming up from the spin draw. Yeah, next turn it would have been... Oh, because we wouldn't have seen the Audacity. We wouldn't have seen the Audacity unless we clicked a draw. Because it would have been install spin, res spin, and then we're one card away from seeing the Audacity. Because what I had in mind is if we see the Audacity, then we can install border control HQ and extract the envelopment to put another border control in HQ. But even just one border control is good enough. Maybe it was wrong. We should have just put a border control in the HQ to begin with. Ob needs redemption game number 3, but now this deck is 0-3. And that's so rough. I can't believe we lost that game yet. I know. Fake US Nats champions only. Dang. That's unfortunate. That's the title to have. Andre had 4-0, so you're going to do the 0-4? Well, let's see. We got Brandon. Let's see if we do the 0-4. Jailbreak Adam just does this sometimes. The O and Ob represents the win record. My actual only worlds lost was 3x Jailbreak and top 6 Adam cards. Nonsense. This hand seems very risky. Install Rashida, install Hordem, install Maryland. If we lose the Rashida because of Botulus, then we lose the game. No, we gotta throw it back. I guess that's better. Oh, no it's not. No, it's not. I still do it. I still do it. See, Brandon knows I do this, though, but it's fine. You play like everything's fine, and the runner will click it up for $1, install Liberated, click Liberated, install Earthrise. Maybe they'll Laundry. They'll probably Laundry. Because they're Hoshiko. Deuces. We're going to expose the Hordem. And then we're going to poke the Hordem. No. No, we're not. Laundry HQ. Access the Audacity. Yeah. That's how this goes. That is how this goes. How good is your online poker face? Imagine playing this first turn in person. No, it's fine. We just... Okay, so the logic is we just lost on a 3-card access out of 5 cards in HQ and ripping the 3 agendas. So when they run HQ this game and it's a 1 card in HQ that's not an agenda, they'll access it. We used up all our bad luck last game, so now we are just filled with good luck. And if you don't take advantage of that, then that's just wasted opportunity. So I guess it's Atlas border control drafter or IP block HQ. Let's go drafter. Let's go drafter because I think he might run. It was 4-card access of 5 cards. Oh, they had twinning to access 4th card? I missed that. Oh, right. It gained a counter during the run, hey? Yeah. It gained a counter during the run. As long as there's no Stargate, we're doing fine. I like your flawless statistical thinking. Yes, yes. Well, see, there's a clip of this on my YouTube. It's like a 2-minute clip where I explain the flawless logical thinking that when you install Turning Wheel and run R&D, you'll always find an agenda and you'll never get the Turning Wheel counter. So you should just not. But if you don't install the Turning Wheel and you run R&D, then you won't get an agenda. And that's just how R&D accesses work. So when you have a companion in your hand, the reasoning is when you install a thing that has to do with whether or not you steal agendas, if you install it, based off of your experience with Turning Wheel, if you install it, you'll see an agenda. So if you have a companion, you should install the companion before running R&D, because you'll steal an agenda, and then the companion will trigger. Flawless logic. Kali testing. That's quite good. Although this remote is very safe. So we'll just hold on to the Kali testing. Schrodinger's Turning Wheel run on R&D. Oh, I was gonna show that stats graphic. Okay, wait. Extrapolation marriage. I think that's all I need to search. Yeah, this. This is there's a guy pointing, and it's like, as you can see, by late next month you'll have over 4 dozen husbands. Better get a bulk rate on wedding cake. It's a great little thing. Now, before you run, the top card of R&D is in a hyper position of both being an agenda and a hedge fund, etc., etc. Okay, what happened? Steelskin. Oh, 0 the Steelskin. Okay. Hit liberated twice. Install daily cast. We're going to score the Azif protocol. We're probably just going to pitch the IP block. Drew hostile. We're so good. We're so good. I guess we could pitch the Whoredom. Or the... No, I guess it's the IP block. The IP blocks... The Whoredom actually taxes. Whereas the IP block... No, but we're going to be running through the IP block a bunch. Okay, so it has to be the Whoredom. APOC and Aesop's. Okay. APOC and Aesop's. Yeah. All right. See, so now the issue right now is just that we don't have money. Or it's not that we don't have money. It's not that we don't have money. It's that we don't have breakers. We have to res this. He's very happy right now. Because you can break this with the one breaker that he has. You think we can bait him into running HQ and letting this drafter fire? Probably. If we just ignore what's happening and score hostile, that makes it look like we just have the win in hand. Because otherwise, scoring hostile is a bad play. Those are some cards too. I wonder if he trashes the Whoredom. If he's concerned about his breaker situation, he trashes the Whoredom and runs back into R&D to steal the Azif protocol. But then the border control goes in R&D, and then I can just pop the border control for a magnet. That's the play we're making. 0 APOC deck. Who would have thought that Azif would be saving your board instead of destroying it? That's so funny. I'm just wondering what I do for the rest of the turn. We could probably click to draw once, and then we put this on R&D. Or we just take money. Yeah, it's R&D credit. Because then we can score... We can potentially score the hostile next turn. It's not actually perfect, because border control drafter costs 7 to res. You could also put the Cali testing into serve 1 to help force the run on it and pop the border control for Afshar on R&D. That's true. Since the border control is coming up anyways, that doesn't matter anymore. Yeah. Okay. Stargate run's good. We get to get rid of the Stargate run. And we get to pop for Magnet R&D. We've been calling this the pre-magnet. Because you don't bring a botulus to it, but you pre-install the magnet so they can't botulus the magnet. It's the pre-magnet. Sure gamble. Chastushka. Now that is a play. That's so bad. Choose a card to add to HQ. So we can add a border control and install a spin. The spin is getting installed, right? Oh, we install Rashida? No, because he has a click left. We could just install border R&D. Border HQ, maybe? Border R&D seems fine. Border R&D, pick up the spin doctor? Yeah. Pick up the spin doctor, because this is ignoring all costs. So we'll border onto R&D. Friend of mine has been adamant I should be playing 1x Anemone and Ob so I can kill unsuspected runners with border control. Yes. I was told about that, how potentially good that is as well. But I think the drafter I like better. Okay, the Audacity can go for sure. The Cali testing can also go for sure. And then we'll go 2 off the top. which is Extract and Hoard 'em. Yeah, border control and enemy kill is, I don't know, it's like a dream though, right? Because they have to have one card in hand. Sometimes that happens, but I would say it's rare. Rashida? Does this just click for 3? We could install the spin to get the audacity back. But then it forces us to pop the spin. Are we okay with that? I guess it's better than having it in hand. So yeah, let's install take 2. It's anything but consistent. Too bad Georgia's unique. Oh yeah, then you can like about 3 Georgias and just start border controlling them for 2 anemone damage and 3 Georgia damage. That's pretty funny. So we're just spectating a game of Anarch problems. We've got our MK, so we could run HQ. If he runs HQ and steals the hostile, we could be in a little bit of trouble. We'd still be ahead. Same goes for killing people with as if, but it happens, yeah. Aesop, 0 Black Orchestra. So we have all our breakers, and now we're going to run the remote. Because we're concerned about this face down card. Even though I'm only on 3 credits. No, he doesn't run the remote here. He knows I wouldn't just install a 3-2 with no money. We are running the remote. No way. No way. We drew Atlas. Audacity and I guess Hoard 'em? Hedge fund? Hoard 'em. Okay, score hostile. And then next turn he goes and hits Stargate, and then we res the border control, and he breaks through all this stuff. We pop the border control, and then we put an Afshar on HQ with the Ob trigger, and then we're set up to win. He's gonna hit Stargate here. We know what Brandon likes to do. That's the button. This is the button that he likes to press. This is the button. Come on, it's happening. We know it's happening. I love how easily Ob manipulates its ice position. So many lines. Yeah, exactly. I love it so much. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. When you have an ice somewhere and it's res and you don't need it, you extract it and get an ice somewhere else. You just need to make sure you don't downgrade your ice too much. So there's certain ice that you don't like. For example, the IP block you'd never want to extract because then that becomes an ice wall. If we're talking about ice. So yeah, we spend $3 here. And then we pop the border control. And now we put an Afshar on HQ. And now we've got $7. Like, what is this? This costs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Costs $10 to run into HQ for you to get a 1 in 5 on the Atlas. $10. Your window to run HQ has now closed. Not fully. Ob is fascinating to watch played, but I'm sure I'd miss half the good lines in the moment. Sometimes it becomes a wall-to-wall or Malapert, though, and then it's suddenly useful again. Yeah, it's true. We have one ice wall in here because if we don't find the wall-to-wall or Malapert, like right now I don't have Malapert, but we have the one ice wall in here because if you find... Ice wall is like a fine early ice, and it's better than vanilla because it costs 1. So then once you've successfully gear checked them and they have their fractor down, then you can extract it and then it becomes a Rashida or a Spin Doctor. And it's not rotated. Oh. I'm so bad. We've been playing this like flavor text game with Eric with Whiteblade and a bunch of other people in the Vancouver server. And Eric is really good. So you'd read the flavor text of a card to him and he can he's pretty good at telling you what card it's on. And the hint that we've been using when you need a hint is what set it's from. So if somebody can't get it, we say, okay, this is Spin Cycle, or it's Sansan, or it's Mumbat. And to me, that doesn't help me at all, because I don't know if it's surprisingly, or I'm just, maybe it's not a surprise, but I'm really bad at knowing what sets cards are in, which is kind of an issue for like competitive play, because I need to know what cards to play around. So sometimes there's cards like vanilla that if I was runner, I would be playing around it and I wouldn't realize that it was actually rotated. So I actually need to just like open the list of all the Mumbat cards and all the Order and Chaos cards and just look through them and internalize that these are the cards that are rotated. There are no sets to me. It's either a Nisei card or an FFG card. I can tell the difference between a Nisei card and an FFG card. And I can tell you approximately what year a card was released. But I don't associate that with the set, you know? It's just here's when I started seeing the card. Are you doing any more games for your stream? I do want to do one more, but also this is like by far the longest stream that I've ever done, but I do want to do one more. I'm gonna do one more. I think he's looking to test, and I'll probably do that afterwards. It's okay, Harvester can't hurt you anymore. Yeah, see? You just told me Harvester is gone? I didn't even know that. Mumbat is set in India, Pakistan, though, so you can picture the card in your mind. See, that's what people were saying, was that... Oh. King... Yeah, let's play against Brandon again. Testing group? Madge. That's what people were saying, Ginevra, is that, like, the settings, so there's India, Pakistan, what was the card that Eric said? I don't remember. Oh. Brandon was too slow. There we go. Sandstorm is still legal though. Yeah, Sandstorm sounds like a card in that cycle. Nah, see, I'm not gonna worry. I don't worry about theme at all. Like I was telling people, if you took the name of the card and the card art and the card text and none of the three correlated with each other, or like none of them are related to each other at all, I would still memorize those three elements: card art, name, title, all the same. There should be a cycle set in the Deep South. The most fun I've had with Netrunner recently has been listening to people trying to pronounce some of the Russian card names. Ah, yes. Watching the Sengen grid with Mechnichesvo was hilarious. How'd I do? Mesnivestno? Maskarova is easier to pronounce, although I'm pretty sure I'm saying that wrong too. Install wall-to-wall naked? That's so good. That's so greedy. But it's so good. But it's so greedy. We're doing it. It's not that greedy. Give us some loose support with Creole cooking cards. Not sure what that is. Better than Ysengrin, that's for sure. Get that big ice wall. Yeah! We can ice wall. We can advance the ice wall to wall. This is the only ice that I have that getting buffed actually matters. The Whoredom could matter as well, but very, very, very rarely. But the extra strength on the ice wall might matter. This is so good. Res Rashida, res wall to wall. We trigger Rashida, and then we trigger wall to wall. And we can draw another card. We can place an advancement token on the ice wall. We can gain a credit. And then we can go hedge fund, install the as if in the remote, and then probably ice it with a Whoredom? Yes. Ice it with a Whoredom. And then we can score... Oh. Okay. What's the top four cards? Whoredom, Azif, Audacity, Maryland. So we lost 2 points. If he goes and runs it. If he doesn't run it, then I will not score and I will spin Doctor. And also Ice HQ. Okay, we are running it. Brandon is the kind of guy who would run it. I might be greedy and not run it. And then get punished for it. This looks like a good APOC turn from him. Yeah, that's true. Good APOC. Trashing the wall-to-wall for $3 feels awful. But he's got to do it. Man, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't score. Maybe we don't score. Single advance, install spin, IP block HQ. Because this way we keep the Ice Wall Whoredom. That might be worth it. Install spin, single advance, IP block HQ. We could get APOC'd here. But we have a second spin if we get APOC'd. We get punished pretty hard if we get APOC'd here still, though. I don't know. I think this is better. Because the scoring the Azif and losing one of these ice is really bad for us. So if the spin doesn't get checked, then we can potentially just lose the spin doctor. Yeah. Okay, we've got a paperclip, so I could just lose the ice wall now. But the ice wall still forces an install, so I would like to res the ice wall first. We'll see. Running the Spin Doctor. Do we let him trash it? We could let him trash it, go double advance score, pitch the ice wall, install Atlas. And we're just rushing behind a code gate. It's not amazing. It's not amazing. I think we do just give it to him. Yeah, we don't want 2 cards here. So since they didn't APOC us last turn and they're only drawn 1 card, it seems unlikely. I think you res and shuffle back Audacity and Maryland. If it's your only 2, so you really want it back. No, it's not. IP blocks. IP blocks first, and then it's Maryland. Okay, let's get rid of this ice wall. Lost labor rights, sure gamble, and then we put another agenda in there. We drew the other Spin Doctor too. This seems good. We're credit perfect right now to res everything if we need to. Next turn we score. Turn after we can potentially play an econ card and install 2 cards. If we can score this Atlas, then we're 1 hostile and 1 audacity away from winning. You're currently not, so I'm getting confused with my list. Yeah, oh, because you're playing 2 Bass. There's the influence. Because Bass is 3-hole influence. Magnet as if Mavris. So we're hitting the magnet and we're running back into R&D to take the 2 points. And then I might need to use Mavris to get an IP block. That seems bad. It seems not ideal. It's not ideal. Do we just score here? If I'm really greedy, I could single advance. So what we could do here is we could install Res Mavris and then extract the Mavris to get an IP block on R&D. And then with that line, we can also single advance the Atlas. Or we just hedge fund is probably better. But this gains us $3. So we don't need to hedge fund. If we just play as if he doesn't find his orchestra. Is that what we have to go for? I love being greedy for them Atlas counters. Dang. That is what we're going for. Okay. IP block R&D. Advance. I think it is the best line here. The other line is to just score the Atlas. And then hopefully Spin Doctor can get us an ice the following turn. But I think this is better. I think I'd actually do hedge advance because I'm pretty greedy. But then you don't ice R&D. So you're basically, when you go hedge advance, and then next turn you go triple advance score, you're giving him 2 turns of Stargate, and he's already on 4 points. I don't think we can give him 2 turns of Stargate and live to see a 3rd turn. Considering our R&D luck, or our agenda luck today. What is my record today? I always have like a pretty positive record. Dang It would be awesome. Get some Dixie Mafia Crim IDs like in Justified. I'm not sure what that's referring to. What is Dang It? Is that a game? Alright, we're checking the win rate. 1. Oh yeah, we lost the Adam game. 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 3-2, 4-2. We're 4-4. We're 4-4. So if we win this, we can end on a positive record. That's what's important. Deep South card ideas. Ooh. Did we get the Whoredom? Or the Black Orchestra? We did. When did we do that? Oh, the second moshing. That sucks. That sucks. Now we lose. Now we lose. Oh, that's so bad. Is there a way? Honestly, these last couple games have maybe shown me that this Ob deck is not as good as I thought it was. Because the situations that I'm in, I don't know, it feels very different from when I played it before. And I think the difference is you need to find early border controls. And if you find early border controls, then you can rush very successfully. But if you don't find early border controls, then it's not that great. So the deck is very dependent on drawing border controls. Huh. So maybe it's just back to Glacier. Back to Glacier and like Fast Advance Sports is the only fast deck. Because I think this doesn't quite cut it. Scoring Hostile here seems bad. Extract. Audacity. Is that how we win? We shift the Whoredom into an R&D. We shift the Whoredom into an R&D magnet. And then we just win off of Audacity. Oh, Drafter, not magnet. Where is our magnet in the bin? Yeah, it is. Okay, fine. And then we can hedge fund, and then next turn we can score Hostile. And then hopefully we draw into 3/2s and score those with Audacity. I think that's our only line. Gosh, that's my problem with PE without mitosis cerebral. Yeah. I think that is the issue with PE is, well, if you're playing mitosis, is like you have to find your mitosis. And it seems like in this OB, you have to find your border control. Priority construction installs from hand, so that doesn't help. Secure and Protect installs from deck, but Secure and Protect only works on centrals, which also doesn't quite help. Yeah, this is Fast Advance. Wayland doesn't have the mass amounts of draw that Sports has, so you're way more reliant in having what you need in the top few cards. This was my problem with the Fast Advance outfit list from last standard. I mean, yeah, Fast Advance outfit from last standard had Deddy Rococo, though. So you had a bit more Fast Advance in you, whereas here, Ob needs to rush a couple points before the Audacity can kick in. Because you can't just Audacity all your points. You can, but you have to be really lucky. So you have to rush an agenda, or like you actually ideally have to rush 2 agendas. And if you can find your border controls, that's not an issue. But if you can't find your border controls, then as we've seen, it is an issue. Even with mitosis early, my win rate goes up by a massive amount if I can stick 2+ core damage. Yes. Yeah, that sounds that checks out. I'm so excited today. For those who missed it, I was showing my box that I bought earlier today. And I bought this box for storing all my cards. So I get to sort all my cards today, tomorrow, Sunday-ish. And I'm going to have all my cards nicely sorted in this box to bring with me to Vancouver. So I don't have to bring my terminal directive box and a bunch of sandwich bags like how I have it right now. Any fast advanced pieces we can tutor with Ob? There's calibration testing. We can tutor for calibration testing. It has not come up in these games yet. Atlas is very good. So we can install res spin, try to find a border control. Didn't find a border control. And then we can waste his time by installing Rashida, which is better than putting an ice on HQ. But if the runner can help keep regular hand size, they'll struggle to keep the necessary kill pieces on the table. Yeah. That's why you need to have Ronin. You don't have to have Clearinghouse, but you need to have Ronins. Or, well, you need to have one of the two. And Clearinghouse is influence, and Ronin is not influence. But I think you need to have 3 Ronins. And you need to have 3 Overriders. And then at least 2 Urticos, probably 3 Urticos. With sports, I never had that problem since the runner's helping along too. Yeah. No Mausolus. Well, there's no Mausolus in here because Mausolus doesn't advance our game plan. Because we don't care about the tag. And we don't care about the damage that much. So they can just walk through the Mausolus. We want end the runs, right? Because we want to rush. Maybe I should fiddle with having Clearinghouse in the list. I don't think it's worth the influence, Joe. Running the Spin Doctor. What do we care about? I guess we want... What do we care about? We don't care about anything in here. We'll just let that go away. And then we'll... Like, I guess we're diluting the cards in R&D. Is that even a good thing? I thought of it just being good ice, and we can extract it to be border control. Yeah, they both cost 4, so that's not how that works. We could... Yeah, like the envelopments become border control. Speaking of border control. I'm surprised he isn't Stargating. Because he thinks he can win by just running the board. But I have Audacities. He's still heavily favored here. But I'm on 5 points now. So click for 3 cards next turn, get Audacity Agenda, and then he spam runs HQ, doesn't find it, Stargates twice, doesn't find it, win the game. Easy plan. The downgrade from Moss to Hordom for the ETR is just so massive. Feels really bad. I guess. I don't know. I like Hordom. I think Hordom's a fine ice. 4 res, 4 strength, gain credit, and the run. It's 4 strength, so it matters against Turtle. You want 4 strengths. You want 4 res stuff in the deck for envelopment to search for, because otherwise it's just border control. So you want either Moss or Hordom, but Hordom ends the run. So in the early game when you're rushing, you can use Hordom. Oh, we weren't running R&D because we didn't have our MK. That makes sense. We probably lose here. There's chances that we don't. Because if he sees 3 cards and none of them are agendas, and we go mandatory draw, we click for 3 cards, and then we basically see 2 fresh cards, and in those 2 fresh cards, it needs to be a 3/2, and it needs to be an Audacity. And if we can sneak those 2 cards past, and then we'll Stargate whiffs again, and then the HQ runs whiff, then we're good. Border control, envelopment. That is what we want to see. Hordem has ETR, but Moss taxes Orchestra much better. Or it doesn't tax Orchestra at all. Laundering archives. Okay. We're about to draw envelopments. We could stack them onto R&D. Is that what we do? Mandatory draw, click 1 draw, and then we just install 2 envelopments on R&D. What are the odds of us winning if we take that line versus the odds of us drawing Agenda Audacity? That's so funny. Because I have the money for double envelopment R&D. And then we just have to hold the agenda in hand and not have it get run. Because we have to stop this Stargate if we want the game to go on a bit longer. Which we don't, but the odds of us drawing Audacity agenda here is quite slim. There's 2 Audacities. It's okay. Install. Do we double install? What do we think? Do we double install R&D or do we draw 2 more cards? Thanos says have to protect R&D, I think. Okay, let's ice R&D. Let's do it. This R&D costs 5, 10, 16 credits. The more I think about this, the more I don't know. 16's quite a bit of money. Pay 16 and then he whiffs. It'll also be an interesting decision if he hits R&D, pays 4, and lets the trash program sub fire. Then I have to pick up a border control. Or just a Hordem. That seems bad. Because the issue is he can pay 4 twice, and the second time the envelopment trashes itself, I don't get an ob trigger. Them are 2 chunky boys. They're 2. See, but the issue with having 2 is only the first one gets an ob trigger. So I think that actually makes this quite a bit worse. Quite a bit worse. He's thinking. Okay, so we're definitely rezzing the first one. And seeing what he does. We're breaking. Nice. I think paying 4 and letting it trash is the right play here. Alright, this has got a whiff. There are 5 agendas in the deck. Hostile wall-to-wall Rashida. GG. That's it. Yeah. Sokka YouTube chat has gone very off the rails here. We've never been more on topic. Very good. That's fine. I'm enjoying it. I've been reading it. I haven't been reading it out loud, but I've been following along. As long as you're having a good time, it doesn't matter to me. If we drew, we could have pulled a hostile, but think that's it. Yeah, we would have drawn hostile wall to wall, and then they would have saw Rashida, Hordem, Kali testing. Yeah, then the two audacities are on the bottom. So this doesn't work because we're only on 5 points. We have to either score both hostiles or we have to audacity a 2-pointer. So we were destined to lose that game. Sable. Now you got to play another one to get back to even. Do I? This is, and then we just go deeper down the rabbit hole. Oh, our ability shuffles R&D. That's true. I'm playing another to get even. Find a rando. Okay, we're playing another one to get even. I can't end a stream with a negative win rate. That just can't happen. Doesn't happen here. I'm gonna be going to bed now anyways, but yes, you have to. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Okay, fair enough. See, I won't either, so I'll do it. I'll do it for you, and I'll do it for me. But hey, thanks for hanging out, Ian. It was really fun. I'm glad to hear that you're testing around with Ob too. And yeah, like my observation from what we've played is the deck relies on drawing border control. Because if we don't find the border controls, it's a little bit hard to rush. Because then I'm just playing normal gear check corp, which is not good enough. But border control gear check corp is good enough. So if we can find the border controls, it's good. If I can't, it's not quite good enough, and that probably makes me put this deck down. Which is it's good that I reached that conclusion. Like I'm not like it's sad. I'm sad about it, but the faster I can conclude that I should be putting a deck down, the more decks I can just cross off, right? I mean, at this point, Nisi has to do this. Oh, yeah. Good to see this game is still being played. Yeah, there's lots of players right now. We have, there's 27 games online right now. It's a great game. I assume, Stern, you played in the past and you stopped playing? The game's going strong. I was doing lots of OB gameplay on Tuesday, I think it was. Is Bass better than calibration testing? There are pros and cons, and... Oh, that's a hand. I think I have to throw it back. There are pros and cons. Bass costs 4 to trash. That 2 whole credits could matter, but Cali testing is an upgrade, which means you can put it in the remote with something else, like a Rashida or a spin or a wall-to-wall. So I'm not sure. Taking a break from thinking about Deep South and Netrunner. Okay. Wall-to-wall. Magnet. Ice HQ. And maybe I'll find the time to turn on stream this weekend again for more OB action. Yeah. At least 5 years since I played my last game of Netrunner. Okay. Yeah, game's going strong. There needs to be a corp called "Don't Tread on My Agendas." Okay, we lost an Audacity off the top. Moshing for MK Black Orchestra Earthrise. We can pick up a wall-to-wall trigger here. Draw. The second Audacity. Wow. Let's advance the magnet to pretend like it's not a magnet. Get a hedge fund. Is Score Hostile a fine play? I almost want to say no. Because I want to extract this wall-to-wall for Rashida. So let's draw. Oh, that could work. No, I think extract for Rashida is still the play. I wonder how moshing Steelskin does. Does it make moshing much better in value? It does. It does. I've been playing... Well, okay, no, I haven't been playing. I've been theory crafting that in a Reg Anarch, you can play 3 Steelskin for sure, but you can at least play one copy of what do you call it? Moshing. Because you're playing Bin Breakers, you're playing Steelskin, like there's quite a bit of targets. So I think it's good. At least one moshing in every Anarch deck that's playing 3 Steelskin and a couple Bin Breakers seems quite good. We need to get an ice on R&D. This is a problem. Stolen Atlas. Of course. Of course. Inject. Nobody will notice. It's fine. I won't notice. I will notice. Inject, I'll notice. Because it's been gone for a while. But if you played a card that's been recently legal in the last, like, before rotation, and it's not like a very key card, I probably won't notice. Afshar. That's not really an ice. That, I guess, is better. Ice R&D, Ice HQ. The ice wall doesn't do us too much. Just because the Yusuf is up. Maybe the ice wall goes on archives. Ooh. So I can go draw... Oh, okay, that's better. So we'll just ice archives, ice server 1. And then next turn we can score the hostile. If he runs the Spin Doctor, we'll pop it for Audacity and probably Rashida. Seen Career Fair. It's an interesting game. There's the paperclip. Drew another extract. Scoring this feels bad, but I think this is the turn to do it. Feels quite bad. See, again, we just need border controls. If we have border control here, but we also need like an agenda to actually jam. But if we have border control agenda, this remote's somewhat hard to get into because we have to pay 3 for the magnet, 3 for the IP block. We have to get through the border control either with Yusuf or paperclip, and then the border control pops, and now I can replace it with probably a Sandstone's the best one. That's a lot of money. We're paying 5? Paying 5. Stole a hostile. Yikes. Although that's... I don't know. I was gonna say it's somewhat good, but I want to draw an agenda to jam, but also it's not safe to jam. Oh, maybe it is now. No, it's not. There's the agenda. Oh, we can just Audacity that. Could just Audacity it. Is that good? Guess that's what we gotta do, right? Don't have an option. Pull the Maryland into server 1. Hit a steel skin and a black orchestra. That's so good for the runner. No way. That's so good for the runner. Keiko. Alright, well, we're just playing for the Audacities at this point. Unless we find a scoring window. Somehow. But that'll be at least in 2 or 3 turns. At least 2 turns. I don't know. The prospect of getting back to even is looking unlikely at this point. Running R&D. Paying for? It's a lot of money. Trash spin. Okay. 2 fermenters. Rashida. It's not happening. So we're just gonna draw. Oh, the Mavericks. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ooh. Okay, so, oh, we popped the fermenter? Why would you do that? Oh, we installed another one. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I wanted the fermenters to stay so I get maximum Mavericks value. So next turn we can go like, we can overwrite the Maryland with the Mavericks, and the Maryland will shuffle back, and then we can pop the Mavericks to purge virus counters and reinstall the Maryland. Running HQ. Afshar is a great res here. IP block doesn't do anything, so we won't show it. Maybe they'll just hit the Mavericks for us? In which case that's fine. Not drafter. It's not drafter. I won't do anything. Sandstone. Yeah, we'll probably virus counter that down. Or we might even leave it because we think Sandstone's a bad ice. But we might as well because we're not going to make another run this turn. Which makes my turn weaker because I was going to go Mavericks Rashida Sandstone. Or maybe even Mavericks Agenda Sandstone, but now we can't. Spin Doctor is good. Let's get that out there. Border Control is good. Border Control is really good. Okay. Can we make the play now? Install Mavericks? We're a click short. We're a click short. From installing Agenda, installing Border Control, installing Mavericks. So I think we milk this for another turn, so we'll draw a card. Oh, that's good. And then we'll border the remote, I guess. And then we'll hedge fund next turn. But maybe we don't even need the hedge fund. If we find an extract, we won't need the hedge fund. So then we'd rather play extract. Installing turtle. Deuces. We have IP blocks everywhere. That turtle's not good. Oh. Still running though. So this costs 3. Are we continuing? I guess we are. It seems quite bad. Although I guess we have to. I now kind of regret not playing the hedge fund. Oh, no, because we're gonna spend viruses to break. Okay, so we can't trash the hedge fund if we freedom it. We access border control. We're gonna freedom the border control. So now that I don't even need to purge with Maverice. So then next turn is just hedge fund, install agenda. Maybe it's even just border control on the remote. Second border control on the remote. Okay, they're not trashing. Counter virus 2. I can't click the turtle because it's not my card. Counter virus 1. No, there's already one on Yusuf. Yeah, there we go. Oh. I think there was only... There was only one on Yusuf. It's fine. I'm going to purge anyways, so it's fine. I'm pretty sure there's only one on Yusuf. Okay, we drew Atlas. We would rather the Atlas because we don't want to trash a card. So let's install Atlas, install Maverice, hedge fund. I think we need to hedge fund. Yeah. So install this. For some reason, it lets us do an ob trigger, which is incorrect. We install Maverice. We hedge fund. I have to pop this now because I want the ob trigger on their turn. So I have to pop this now. And then we'll search our deck for a 2-coster. And unfortunately, it has to be the Maryland. Which is fine. At this early stage in the set, if you were a betting man, what do you think the court meta will end up looking like in a couple of months? So there's going to be fast events, sports. There's going to be a bunch of people who are trying to make Drago work, but those are like they're like so. There's going to be fast events, sports. There's going to be Glass Cannon, Drago. There's going to be this combo ob, which is also just potentially also just Glass Cannon Drago. We're breaking the envelopment. I love that. Now we're going to pop the Spin Doctor, because in case that gets pinhole threaded. So Glass Cannon Dragos. what else is there going to be? There's going to be some people playing Prav, and there's going to be people playing Prav, and those aren't going to be amazing, but they're going to be fine. And then there's going to be people playing PE, and maybe there'll be people playing normal grinder PE. Normal grinder PE, I think, isn't good enough. But let's put a Hordem on R&D, I guess. Normal grinder PE is not going to be good enough. So it's going to be like shell game PE. And shell game PE is also just... it's, I don't know, you just kind of play what you draw in shell game PE. So there's no... my take right now is that there's not that much skill involved in shell game PE. So whatever you draw, you'll just install and you'll advance it. And if you don't have the money, you'll click for credits. And then when you do have the money, you'll install and you'll advance it. And it doesn't matter what you are installing and advancing. Yeah. And then when you draw mitosis, you'll play mitosis. And you'll take the 2 cards in your hand that can be advanced, and you'll install and put 2 advancing counters. And I think with enough reps, with enough games, and if you play that enough times where you're just playing the top card of your deck over and over and over again, you will win a majority of your games. Or you will win close to a majority of your games. Simply because there's so much, you fill your deck with traps. So there's just traps and there's agendas, but sometimes the agendas are also traps because stings can be seen as a trap, right? So when you just put all your cards out, the runner isn't really playing Netrunner. They're just running the things you install and hoping that the card that you drew off the top of your deck is a card that they should run. Or if they don't run, they're hoping that the card you drew off the top of your deck is a card they shouldn't run. And there's very little more to that, I think. Yeah, I really hope such a deck is bad. I really do. But I think with mitosis and with PE and with Sting and Ronin and Cerebral Overrider, I think that might be a thing. Again, I really hope it's not. I think Acme Glacier is fine. I haven't looked at that too much, but if I look at it and I like it, I'll probably play that. So Acme Glacier is fine. There's like Egg Infusion Glacier is fine as well. What's happened? Thought my leech was a clot. Okay. So we're at 5 points. We're an Audacity away from winning. If the top card gets trashed and then I Mando an Audacity, I win. Whatever you're looking at, please trash it. A Rashida. Good choice. Oh, we could just smash that into the remote. What's the chance it's Agenda Border Control? Does that work? Sandstone's in the bin, Magnet's in the bin. So it would have to be Drafter. I don't think that works. Draw. Draw. Install, I guess, is annoying. Pitch the other Rashida. Just because we don't want trashables in hand. What other corps are there? Let's pull up my list. Oh, that's everything. I just mentioned everything in my list. That's the corpse that I've been seeing, at least, that I think can be okay. I haven't played Prav, but I've seen it played, and it seems fine, but only fine. It's not that great because you can just play around the ID. and in a way you're kind of just playing shell game PE, except you're an NBN and you have less traps and you don't have mitosis, right? Unless you're playing like the Vlad grid version where you're kind of threatening to score more, and I guess that's fine, but you're playing Vlad grid and a bunch of ice to try to protect the Vlad grid, and I don't think your efficiency is better than the runners in that case. We're running HQ 2 out of 5 to steal a 2-pointer. Don't get it. Good. Very good. And I need to rip an Audacity off the top. Off the second up from the top. Oh, I spoke too soon. I should not have said Audacity off the top. Holy, this Rashida's triggering? Okay. Those are some cards. This Rashida just triggered. Wait a second. Extract would be so good here. Because then I can move ice around. Wait a second. Hedge fund, install spin. Hedge fund, install spin, install envelopment. Pop envelopment, where we are rezzing envelopment, and then we can jam the turn after. That seems good. Because I think if we make this play, this remote gets run. Okay, hedge fund, install spin, install envelopment. Server 1. Pitch the GFI. I have a chance. I didn't realize that Rashida fired. We could have just won if that was an agenda, right? So click 1 draws a very good sign for us. Into the depths on HQ. Are we not running this remote? Surely we're running this remote. Surely we're getting something to run the remote. This is good. As long as the remote gets run, surely we can't leave the remote, right? This is just spending virus counter, so it's very good for us. And then we run the remote and we have to spend money. Give you a tag? Sure. Please miss. Please access the Whoredom. Installing. What did we install? Nothing. We didn't install anything. It says, JNet says, uses Into the Depths to install a program from R&D. That's not right. We're not running the remote. What? This blows my mind. I'm so sad right now. Cali testing going away. How many agendas are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 2 agendas in there. And there's also 2 audacities. But we've also already used freedom. So I actually want to res and pop spin here. I want to res and pop spin for not the GFI, and we'll just leave the GFI in there so that we can try to draw audacity. Ooh, okay, we drew one of the agendas out of the deck. Audacity and border control. And Mavericks? Maybe it's Mavericks. Let's get the Mavericks, actually. Is it Audacity on top? 3 out of 11. I think those were my outs. Does that mean you've lost? You haven't lost yet, unless this top card's Audacity. Oh, Maryland can shuffle. I don't think I want Maryland to shuffle. We don't want Maryland to shuffle. Yes! Oh, let's go! Okay. GG. The Maryland could have shuffled it away. Wow. All right. We got the even record. We've played by far the most games, by far the longest stream. This was amazing. But I am gonna go find some food. Seems like a good plan. And then I can start sorting my Netrunner cards. Playing Twilight Imperium tomorrow. So we'll see what time I can get to sleep. These last couple nights have not been good for sleep. Letting that Maryland sit was destroying me. Oh, twinning 5 cards down. Augustina. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so that was this deck. That was the Ob deck. And I think after today, I'll be retiring it until somebody reignites the flair for it. I was playing it against Eric, against Whiteblade, and I beat him a bunch of times, and he was like, holy, this deck's really good. And then he asked for the deck list, and I think maybe Snare Bears or whoever Eric talks to is going to iterate on this, and maybe it becomes something. Because that's how Sports Metal came to be, was I played 3 Audacity, or I don't know, how many Audacities did I play? I don't remember how many Audacities I played. But I played that like Fast Advanced Sports Metal in that store champ, in that online store champ a year and 3 months ago. And then Eric noticed it and then made it, and then worked with Snare Bears and made it into what we know sports as today. So maybe there's something here, but yeah, I think I've had enough of this for now. It's reliant on border control. It's really good with early rush if you can rush out of border control and then close out the game with Audacities, but I think we've seen that if you don't find the border controls, you can get a couple rough draws, and the deck doesn't have too much play. So, other corps to be looking forward to testing. Yeah, thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, everybody. I know it's been a very long one. So for those of you that have stuck all the way, I applaud you. This is very good. Thank you. I appreciate everybody who watches this, who watches the VOD. Yeah, it's been great. I will see y'all next week. Ooh, sneak peek at next week. I threw this deck together. It's called R&D Tunnel Vision. Okay, and if you remember from last week's stream, I was mentioning this idea. was you can build a deck with Mind's Eye, and theoretically you can install Mind's Eye, make a single run on R&D that's successful, and then get the first counter on Mind's Eye, and then for the rest of the game you can start using charge abilities on Mind's Eye. So theoretically you could make a single run on R&D turn 1 that is successful, and then for the rest of the game you can win without making any more successful runs, because you can charge it with Padma, you can charge it with Chart Room. You can... I don't have Into the Depths in here because that's a successful run, but it depends on how memey we want to go. Because if you don't want to go too memey, then you play the Into the Depths. But if you want to go full on memey, then you don't play it. And then you just charge the Mind's Eye with... It basically gets 2 counters a turn because you get it gets 1 counter a turn with Padma, and every time you draw a Chart Room, it gets another counter. And then the Twinning gets 2 counters a turn because you're on Stealth, and you can just pump your breakers with Netmarker and Mantle and get counters on Twinning, install Nyashia. So then basically every 3 turns or so, you can hit Mind's Eye to access the top 4 cards of R&D. And also Dig. Whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, you get another counter. Yeah. Maybe I'll play this, but maybe I'll find some more serious stuff and I will play that. But I haven't looked too much at Runner. But this is like a funny deck that I threw together. And again, if you want to be less memey, maybe you play Into the Depths and then you actually make successful runs. But I think an R&D Tunnel Vision deck with Mind's Eye Padma seems interesting to play. Okay, that's all for the stream today, guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and I will see y'all next week.